Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. We're picking up where we left off, where we are at this system, Palladium Stellos, because we have a mission here to answer a call for help from Grantis. I was looking over here because I know this is the Eye of the Storm that we keep waiting to have better aspects so we can deal with. I don't remember what this one is, but as I was looking at these two systems that are located, I noticed this one has a not explored planet. There might have been a reason why I intentionally didn't explore it, but I might want to check that out to figure out what's going on there, because I don't remember. But for now, let's head in here and answer this call for help. So let's see what Grantis's issue is that they need help with. I guess I should have looked up what it is so I know what I'm getting myself into. Is it the colony management? No. That's just for Dargonis. So it's got to be one of these missions. Here. Achilles has reported an attack on a world, so he's the Inquisitor guy. Not our Inquisitor guy, but our Inquisitor guy's minion. Has reported an attack on a world belonging to the Winterscale dynasty. Heading the raid is apparently one of the Xenos leaders, who has been harrying von Valencia's holdings. This is an opportunity to strike a blow against an enemy and learn more about a rival. So learn about the Winterscale dynasty, but also strike a blow against the Dark Eldar who have been attacking us. Gotcha. With that in mind, we definitely want Heinrichs because this is Xenos. Though Abelard could also be useful because we are dealing with another dynasty. Iliad could also be useful because we're dealing with Eldar. So maybe we replace Cabela with Abelard, and we replace Argenta with Iliad. That still gives us two frontliners, a main shooter person, and then my usual three that always go with us because Cassie is crazy powerful, and Pascal is decent if he can get large groups together. But also, he's just useful for all the checks. Although Cassie is as well. I think that's a reasonable choice. So we're going to need to, level up some of our people, but they're only down a single level. So does it immediately kick off, or do we have to go somewhere on planet to start this event? Am I going to have time to level up first before things start? I think so. Good. Or not. Yes. Alright, Iliad. What are we doing with you? So you got a talent. Anything I've marked? I have marked lots, yes. One of the bounty hunter scores a critical hit. They gain 8% armor penetration until the end of combat. Stacks. That sounds nice. Scores a critical hit. The target's armor is reduced until the end of combat. That only really helps if we're going at something really big, like a boss monster. Because reducing a single target's armor, usually they die after a crit. Whenever an ally kills prey, bounty hunter still gains half of the bonuses. Could be good because our bounty hunters don't always get their own prey kills. Kills an enemy whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher. Immediately reloads their weapon and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. More of a penetration but less damage on the free shot. That's nice, but we don't run into a lot of difficulty tier 4 or higher. When we do, it's not always the bounty hunter that kills the enemy. I think I'm going to go with this one. Just crits making you better for the rest of combat is going to help out for the rest of the combat. Rather than just helping out against a single target. Start the Vanguard's turn before temporary wounds are lost. The Vanguard gains a number of temporary wounds. No. Gains strength for 1 round, equal to the number of temporary wounds. So if he ends turns with temporary wounds, he gets to add that to his strength for the next round. That's cool. There's at least 1 ally and a 2 assault radius. The Vanguard gains 11 parry. Not bad. Whenever the enemy that considers the Vanguard a priority target enters a cell adjacent to the Vanguard, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. I don't know how... I know there's ways we can make ourselves priority target. But does that only trigger if we've done something to make ourselves a priority target? Or do enemies just naturally have someone that they consider a priority target? Like, do they all have an enemy, whoever they're choosing to attack is whoever they've chosen as their priority target? I assume not. I probably have to make myself a priority target, which then that doesn't happen very often. I'm going to go for the extra strength. With that in mind, we need to figure out where we're going for this mission. I assume we've already scanned all of this, but I don't know if anything's changed. The body's lying face down, its crooked fingers clinging to the ground. This woman had her spine broken. Then she was allowed to crawl in the vain hope of escape. This dead noble woman is staring at the sky with unblinking eyes. Her fingers have been thoroughly broken, and a tangle of intestines lies atop her slashed abdomen. No, this doesn't sound familiar. I think this is a new location, or at least this is new. Someone split the man's thorax open and turned his ribs inside out. Gross. His corpse is missing his eyes, nose, and lips. Judging by the maimed mouth, the teeth and tongue were also torn out before death. So, Dark Eldar were here.
The imprint of torment and fatigue has been left upon this world. The mark of my dark cousins is so stark, it cannot be anything but a trap.
Yep, and we are walking right into it. I'm sure that's not a problem. The face and hands are twisted in a paroxysm of death throes. The victim's last moments were full of torment. Anything to spot over here?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Is that a ship that was shot down? Oh. Okay.
Keep a sharp eye.
Can do. Lure Xenos to disarm that.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I sense something nearby.
Okay. Looks like our main path continues this way. We definitely want to keep an eye out for those traps, but luckily the game pauses when you come across them. Alright, you guys definitely have a different look than our Eldari.
You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
Marazai, you have a name. And a portrait. The Xenos in ornate black armor turns his head to you. His thin, pale face is covered in tattoos and blood splatters. After a moment, his thin lips stretched into a crooked, unpleasant smile. At last, you took your time coming to meet me, monkey. Yeah. A couple of seconds pass before you realize that the elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic. That is interesting. So he's choosing to speak our language.
Hold your foul tongue, abomination. Such filth will not use that tone with the Emperor's chosen.
I feel like just white with fury. Hey, pseudonym, welcome.
Why, I sent an invitation by way of the cattle that dwelt on this world, and the chosen has so obediently appeared. How are my words anything but the truth?
The Xenos tilts his head to one side.
One of my soft-bodied kin. What meager offering tempted you to lower yourself to attending these animals? Or does their company remind you of being among your lost brothers and sisters?
He turns his head to Irliet in a snake-like motion. Yeah. It is interesting that she has chosen to continue traveling with us. I guess she doesn't really have anywhere else to belong, since she turned on the people she was with originally. She hasn't found any more Eldar. If any of the Eldar I guess children of Asuryan, because these are Eldar, the children of Asuryan that we'd run across, if they had survived, maybe she would have left with them. But since they keep being dead or dying, I guess she's continuing to travel with us.
What do you know about my brothers and sisters, Dark One?
Iliad freezes. Only her wide eyes betray her dismay and anger.
Only that they wander blind and helpless, robbed of their home and hope. But why am I telling you this? Isn't it your duty to watch over your kin, outcast?
He lets out an unpleasant laugh. We met on the mining world. You are one of the xenos who got away. Is this one of them? I thought they were... At least the ones who were talking, I thought were female. On the, Vibo 6. What do you know about Irliet's kin? Some of them have been killed by humans, but some of them have been killed by Drukhari. So, they might have been involved. Or coercion test succeeded. My, this beast can speak our language. That seems like an odd thing to say, but it's a skill check we succeeded to gain. Also, I don't like him, so being pleasant to him doesn't seem great, but asking the question feels more useful than just insulting him. This is the choice I would naturally choose, but this one being a skill check in order to have it makes me curious about it. So I'm going to try it. Because I don't... Is this just insulting for the sake of insulting, or is this accomplishing something? In my mind, this beast can speak our language.
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin always have enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
He pauses, waiting for you to answer.
That thing is perceptive.
You hear the undercurrent of worry in Heinrich's murmur. What are you talking about? We're smarter than we look. I command substantial resources. True. Aggravating, is it not? Having someone best you at your own game? Are we just trying to annoy him with these coercion checks? Point at Heinrichs. This is not something Heinrichs would like. Point at Heinrichs. My friend from the Inquisition introduced me to the right people. You can thank him yourself. No. You don't point out that, oh yeah, I've got a bunch of Inquisition people that are specifically tracking you. That will make all of them targets. And void take you, miscreant. I could ask what he's talking about. It might let me continue to do another statement afterwards. Because the only thing I know we've been behind them every chance until I think Vibos, where we finally got there at the tail end of their attack, and here, where we were told that they were coming and we could get here ahead of time, but it looks like we've still got here too late. But some of the battling is still going, so yeah, I don't know. What are you talking about?
Do not play the fool, rogue trader.
Okay, he does know who I am.
Monkey know when their world or vessel is due for reaping. The monkey hide or attempt to bare their teeth. Somehow, the monkey know what we know, and I suspect that the search for this leak ought to start with you. After all, it was with you that this series of setbacks began.
A series of setbacks does not sound... Phoebos 6 would be considered a setback for them. But then they set this trap waiting for us. And so it doesn't feel like a series of setbacks unless things have been going on that haven't involved us. If the Inquisition has been stopping them secretly and then pointing the blame at us even though we haven't been involved. Could be. I don't know. Aggravating is it not, having someone best you at your own game?
Do not try my patience, monkey.
The Xenos hisses in irritation. We're smarter than we look. I'm not going to give him the Inquisition. I'll keep his anger pointed at me, that's fine.
And? That's it? Just an assertion that your kind are not as brainless as you appear to be? This answer does not satisfy me. I will tell you this, monkey. I know you might be lying to me, or you might even be unaware of who is guiding your hand. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you too have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all.
The Xenos pauses, mulling over something. Then he continues in an unmistakable tone of weary boredom. No one ever offers this sort of standoff of my forces against yours, one fight to finish it all, if they actually intend to play that fair. Either they have additional people hiding, or orders to have us killed if we survive, or something. No one actually agrees to stopping their mission if you happen to win in a single fight. So I don't trust this at all.
You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
Okay, so he's not talking a fight right here, but still, he's chosen the place. Not necessarily the time, but the place, which means he can set up whatever sort of ambush or traps that he wants for when we get there. As he tries to play it off as a fair fight. Not so fast. I answered your questions, now you answer mine. I'll be there, Xenos. You can count on it. Oh, you're finished pontificating? I think I dozed off there for a second. Do you mind repeating the whole thing from the start? If I go anywhere, I will kill you right here. Reasonable choice. I'm tired of you, Xenos. Prepare to die. I wonder what the point of these coercion options are. Just seems to be trying to upset him. Are we trying to coerce him into fighting us here instead? If we just do all of these checks? Maybe. Not so fast. I answered your question. Now you answer mine. Awareness test succeeded. The Xenos lowers his head pensively, but what catches your attention is something else. A barely noticeable twitch of his fingers in his armored gauntlet. He is signaling to someone standing behind you. Good to know. I thought they were all in front of us when we were facing each other. If he has enemies behind us that have surrounded us, that's not good.
Very well. Amuse me.
Who are you? I keep hearing about an Archon. Who is that? What are you doing on my planets? Why are you attacking us? Are you and your band the ones responsible for stealing the sun? That is a very good question. How do you know Logothic? Probably we can ask all of these, but I'm going to start with the one that's most important because I want to know. Are you and your band the one responsible for stealing the sun?
Stealing the sun? The Drukhari are capable of that and much more, monkey. Gamora bathes in the light of 3 stars stolen by my kin. But if you think I had a hand in this or any other theft of suns, you are mistaken.
So they are capable of stealing stars, but he claims that the sun that was stolen from that starting world, whose name I've already forgotten, was not done by his band of Drukhari. I mean, asking why he's attacking us, the Drukhari, that's how they... I guess after summoning Slanesh, how the Drukhari found to sort of anchor themselves to existence rather than be, being consumed by Slanesh is that they've given in to their own hedonism of slaughter of people they consider worthless. So that's why they're here. This is their way of, I guess, protecting their souls to some extent. It's just kind of who they are. But I'll ask it anyway.
Because that is the way of things, monkey. You run, we hunt. You die suffering. We relish every moment of it. When immediate torment loses its luster, and we seek ways to extract something more exquisite from our victims, well, your kin are frequent guests in my home realm, albeit not of their own volition.
Yeah.
And it is all to prevent your putrescent souls from wasting away in the scorching corruption of Cylon Thresh. Day after day, century after century, you chase after the torment of others in hopes that the whispers of she who thirsts might fade from your ears at last.
Really, it practically spits out her words.
Spoken by one who has willingly locked herself in a cage of rules and taboos. Tell me, Asuriani, what part of you is true Eldari? Have you ever in your life let yourself be consumed by pure euphoria? Have you ever felt real passion? I invite you to join me. I will initiate you into the art of pain and unveil all that your paths keep hidden.
The Drukhari cocks his head and looks at Irliet with feigned pity. Yeah, rules and taboos can be considered a cage, but they're also necessary. Yeah. No, I like Irliet how she is.
I suppose I should not have expected anything compelling from a monkey. Your questions breed boredom. The conversation is over.
Oh, we didn't get to ask all the questions. I was hoping I could go back and ask about the Archon, because that was a more pressing question. Conversations end when I say they do. I have another question. Or attack, it's about time. Conversations end when I say they do.
Oh, monkey. I do not play by your rules.
Fair.
Die, inhuman scum! Are you challenging me, Phil?
So we've got those ahead of us. What are you? Because yeah, we've got a bunch of generic. I don't see his name. Because he was standing here, I thought. Are you just Incubus now? Which I assume is just a standard unit type. I don't know what you are, but you are danger level 4, so that's awesome. Some natural armor. So if we damage it enough, its armor values drop. Bestial Rage. Whenever the enemy attacks, deals damage to this creature greater than 50% of its maximum wounds, it gains +5 weapon skill and strength. Hopefully just for a single turn and not until the end of combat. And then it was implied that there was some of them standing behind us. Does that appear to be the case? We've got this guy. That seems to be it. Alright, with all that in mind, let's actually start moving our people into positions. This is not an explosive barrel, it looks like. Let's put Cassia there. I need you somewhere where you'll be able to just stay standing for a while. I go with just a half cover. Not thrilled by that. There isn't a lot of great places for you. Because I doubt from here he'll be able to see many enemies, so I might just end up running you kind of out into the open, which I hate the idea of. But if we can push Cassia forward, or maybe we push ourselves forward. I don't know. We want to get to a point where we can hit that guy. Melee characters. Maybe I just send Pascal to deal with this one. I'm really nervous about you. I don't even know. Like, I know a little bit about Eldari lore, but Slith, whatever that is, not a clue. I did put you there. There's no real cover to get you two in. Ah. No, I can put you into that cover. Heinrichs can't quite reach it. So do I just have him standing in the open? Or I could pull him back so he's at least in cover from one half of the enemies. Well, then he has farther to run to actually get up to enemies. Oh, and yeah, Heinrichs and Abelard are at the bottom of the initiative. Not good. Yeah, then having you guys both in cover is going to be good. I think that's where I'm going to start things. Except I think I'm going to switch Cassia and Ignatius, because Cassia will give Ignatius a turn, and if it procs where it doesn't waste our action points, we'll be able to get additional attacks in. And I want to make sure that he has sight lines. So yes, let's start the battle there. Let's give our front line... Man, I have no idea. I doubt you can see back here. You can, actually. Alright, then sure, help out Pascal deal with that threat. That means that that guy can probably see us. which is a bit sketchy. Dodge. I think we'll give dodge to ourselves and critical chance we can put here with Irliet.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I think that's reasonable. So let's give ourselves some willpower bonus. And voice of command for more bonuses. Alright. So let's start by lighting ourselves on fire. As you do. And then orchestrate flames. We do still have another action. So I could run and gun. Which might... Yeah, let's run and gun. See if that can get us all the way... Oh, it doesn't get us up to there. Now that is a shame. There's just no cover around. I don't really want to stand out in the open. I could hit you. Can I hit you? I can't. You're barely out of range. Might also be out of sight. Definitely out of range. I could also light you on fire. Nearly killing you. Well, if I get a good enough damage roll. Because I doubt Pascal is going to kill you in a single hit. Part of me thinks I should focus on that guy. So if I moved forward just a tiny bit, and then tried hitting you, then I could get you started on fire, and maybe pull myself back into cover afterwards.
My tactics are flawless.
Perfect. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that plan. I don't need battle trance. I will probably never actually use battle trance. 20 wounds to use. It's madness. Back to Cassia's turn. Set kill zone here just to help out Pascal even more. And call that good. First, we will set you with... what is your ability to stand in place? Perfect spot.
If I must.
We're planning to have you here for a while. Who am I going to want you to shoot? Ooh, I like that angle. I could also get her to focus on this. So let's see. You're a tier 4, and the incubus is a tier 4. I'll have you mark both as prey.
If it serves your cause.
It does serve my cause, thank you.
I understand your intent.
So let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's analyze enemies on you. Get some more bonuses there. 3 points left. It'll take 1 point for the attack. So I've got... Although I could also set up in my sights. Let's say I want to do in my sights. So we want to save an action. So I've got 1 more point to spend. Let's do
This
piercing
field
shot.
is beneath me.
Then a shot on you. It's saying this takes 2 action points? Oh, it does take 2. Well, I miscounted that. For whatever reason, I saw the 1 there, and my brain just thought it was 1 action. But of course it's 2. I think there's a chance it won't use an action, but probably we aren't going to get the in my sights. But that's fine.
Fortune favors the swift.
And we didn't. Again, it's fine. Did some damage there, did not pierce through, but you are on fire, which is cool.
Let them tremble.
There's some sort of like weird snake guy. Don't like it. Alright, Ignatius's actual turn. Ah, it's not quite lined up. Oh, I could just straight up kill this. Huh. If I did Firestorm, it only hits one guy. That's a shame. And Flame would hit both of them. So if I hit more targets, or even used this, that would mean we'd have 3 people on fire that I could then inflame. You incinerate, right? Target suffers double the damage of the ignite psychic power and half the fire damage of all the burning creatures within line of sight of the target. So if I use this on someone, what does that do? Actually, not that much. I think Molten Beam is just better for damage, at least with the few enemies burning right now. This is also 1 AP. Target is an ally. The psychic power deals no damage. Everyone adjacent to the target, both allies and enemies, suffer the effects of the ignite psychic power. And it's also only a single AP, just like ignite. So it would hit him just like ignite, but also hit the guy next to him for ignite, or just the single AP that it normally would. Does it not? No, it leaves them burning. We've seen that before. Am I missing something? 31 to 50. Alright, let's use this then. If it's hitting 2 enemies for the cost of a AP just like Ignite does, I'm assuming it'll make you burning, but maybe it doesn't, and that's the difference.
All too easy.
Yeah, you are burning 25, and you're burning 20 now. So yeah, it was just like both of you got hit by Ignite. Well, then let's do Inflame.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
So you're going to take 67 fire, which won't actually kill you, but it'll get close. And you will take 58 fire. I mean, I guess I've got lots of AP left, so I should orchestrate flames, I suppose, on someone.
Nothing
Sure,
I can't
on you.
do.
Make sure you stay burning. And sadly, that is my turn, though I can move. I could get forward into this half cover. Not a terrible call. Though, since I can apparently see all the enemies from where I'm standing, more or less. Except for that one, but I'm sure he'll run forward. But it means Cassia can't see from where she is, which is the problem I'm trying to alleviate. If I move forward, she can step over and have a better view of the battlefield. Just puts myself in more danger than I'm super happy about. Wish Heinrichs had moved forward. That might have been an okay spot. Only one enemy is on that side of the line. Alright, I'm gonna do it, and hopefully I don't regret it. Let's just move forward. And we lose the dodge bonus. It's fine.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
Suffered worse.
Your misery is my treat.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Yikes.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Alright, Heinrichs. I could send you to kill kind of any of these guys. Oh, you took out our cover. I now very much regret moving forward to there. Well, oh, and your cover's also gone. Huh. Well, a lot of things have gone wrong. Well, let's cast Iron Arm on yourself.
Of course, Lord Captain.
And Warp Speed.
Naturally.
And word to the Emperor on all of us. Pascal's gonna miss it because he's too far away, but that's fine. I think I'll move you forward, attack here, and then you'll be able to charge to hit that one.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
High momentum.
Okay.
For the throne's glory.
Oh well. We also have some psychic powers to heal. +6 wounds at the beginning of each of their turns, and removes toxic, stunned, immobilized, or bleeding, blinded, staggered, fatigue. Or invigorate, just immediately restores 12 wounds. Removes stunned, bleeding, fatigue, blinded, immobilized, staggered, fresh injury. And you're down by... Neither of you is down terribly far. Actually, how far down did Pascal go? He got shot a bit. Not terrible. He does have Toxin. We'll do Regenerate on Abelard. I guess I can still just use this. It doesn't remove burning, which is good.
I won't object to it.
Our Veil Degradation is getting pretty high. Alright, Pascal. Sadly, your target moved out of the zone. Which is a major pain. Let's do Analyze Enemies. Then... Can't do anything with that. I could do Reckless Abandon. Take 19 wounds. I would then be able to heal myself, probably. Nah, not this turn. Maybe this turn. Could use that as well. Give you more armor dodge and deflection. It's not a bad call. So let's do Reckless Abandon.
Comprehends all.
Then
We function as
heal yourself. Just gonna do probably sweep. Inflict some bleeding as well. That'll leave me 1 AP left, so I might as well do Gift of Torment now. so that if he has some sort of parrying ability, which I don't think he has, you're at least covered. Let's get him some bleed damage. There you go. I guess technically I probably should have waited to use that till after, because I would have gained 2% more armor, unless that is constantly updating. It's fine.
Just a minor setback.
Alright, Abelard. I could send you here to attack that guy. Possibly kill it. Well, not kill it, but get it close enough to death that it'll die on its turn. And then charge this guy. It has a gun out, so you should be free to run away without provoking an attack. If I sent you there, probably do bleeding for you as well. Technically, I think you can do both attacks. I got you that ability, maybe? Not sure.
Worse battles than this
Move forward.
I will do my...
Ooh, you do get your second attack. Okay. That'll leave you with 1 AP, which will prevent you from charging, because that costs 2. So do I leave you alive? You're going to burn to death on your turn, so I might as well leave you alive. I could charge here. That means I have 1 AP left. I guess go with Endure. And then charge. Oh, you did get an attack, even though you have your gun out. So you have a gun and a sword out. I guess you can kind of see both of them, so that makes sense. We'll call that good for you, Abelard. Back to Cassia. We will do the usual. I think we can't do voice of command. You probably still have it, Ignatius. I can't tell. You have too many icons. Let's just give you another free turn.
I'll paint your death in colors.
So let's start lighting all of the enemies on fire. I can't quite get to you. That's fine. I'll start with you in the back, who's busy shooting us. Then you. Then... there was one back here. Oh, you ran up to here. Perfect. Then you... I could move forward so I can see that last one, and I might as well because I'm not in cover. If I move to here, can I then see you? No, you are out of range. I can see you. I just need to get closer. This makes me slightly uncomfortable. Then I can hit you.
All too easy.
Now, everyone is on fire. And nearly dead. Probably if I just used this, they would all die. Besides you. Well, I can fix that.
Not a problem for...
Alright, we got high momentum already. Let's just use this and see who's still alive.
Already done.
Answer, no one. Fantastic. Probably shouldn't have threatened a awesome psyker.
A new challenge for me.
I'm clearly more powerful than you were expecting. Pile of mutilated bodies with cut tendons and shattered bones. Splinter rifle. We've got quite a few. This seems like just a standard Eldari, or I guess Drukhari weapon. Don't care about you or you. or the basic venom blades. Reinforced incubus armor. We can see how that works with Jai. Same with Kabbalite armor. Oh, I wanted to keep that and one of those to see if they're good at all. Embroidered cloak grants the wearer a +5 bonus to persuasion. Whenever the wearer is affected by an ally's ability, they gain a +3% dodge until the end of combat stacks. I mean, our persuasion person is Cassie. I'm sure she already has a cloak that's better. I guess I don't know that, but I suspect that. Increases the range of officer archetype abilities by 1 cell. Yeah, I would rather have that. So on to you. If we go to armor. So this is armor 40. And more dodge, requiring agility 65, which you don't quite have. But I could get it for you pretty quick. Or here, even more armor, but less dodge, or a major dodge penalty. Base attack property, 15% armor against ranged attacks. Okay. So because of the dodge penalty, you would only dodge 26% of attacks in this chapter rather than half of them. But it would reduce incoming damage by 40% rather than 15%. I think dodge is more your speed than just armor reducing damage. So I will have you wear that. And when we have a chance, I need to remember to get your agility up. And then we can add that to cargo. Oh, we can always add that to cargo. Sure. Looks like this warden died before he could even raise his weapon.
Victory awaits!
Nothing to loot on the big scary guy? Glad we didn't have to find out how terrifying that guy actually was. The dead warden is pinned to the ground with a blade of their own broken dagger. It was plunged right under their chin to ensure that the victim slowly choked to death. Pascal, please unlock that for me.
Successful.
Unsleeping Eye. When the wearer kills an enemy with the Finish the Job ability, I don't know what ability that is, the wearer gains plus 20% bonus to damage for 1 round and removes the cooldown on their Orchestrate, Firestorm, and Last Volley abilities. I don't know what archetype that's for. I can't hover over any of those to figure out what archetype it's for. But those abilities aren't sounding familiar to me. I would guess soldier, but yeah, it's not familiar. Maybe it's a 3rd tier archetype that we haven't unlocked yet, because we are getting close to our 3rd archetype. You ready to look at this? Governor's body was masterfully disemboweled, and his many implants were removed, after which, judging by the amount of blood, the victim lived for a while longer. Okay, so we can't go inside of that building. Or there's nothing inside any of those. We can do an athletics skip back down. So is that this whole area? Well,
I'll lay claim to the stars.
He did tell us where to meet them for our final battle. So I suppose we could head there. Maybe not right away, but
The corruption soaked into the bones of the lost ship may have imprinted itself on the souls of your servants, Elantark. I hope they were thorough when they performed the cleansing rituals.
One of the shuttle pilots died by suicide shortly after that flight. His body has long since been incinerated, though, so there is nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Follow my lead.
I don't think we need to immediately go to that fight, but we can plan on it at some future point. But we successfully took care of this attack before it got too far. I mean, yeah, they killed everyone in that little valley, but hopefully the rest of Grantis is safe. So now I do think I want to go to that other system we saw and see what's up with that quest. I guess let's look at this quest. Voyage of the Casabalican ship. It's going to be a rumor. Friendly Casabalican ship that is searching for burning worlds and any scraps of information on the same has indicated it in which region it can be found in the near future. Right. They were asking us to give them information about burning worlds. We've found several at this point. If we go to our codex, Worlds of the Expanse, Burning Worlds, we found 4. We don't know of any reason they're looking for them. Like, we could go report in. So they're somewhere between these two worlds. But yeah, it's that not explored world that I'm curious about. I don't remember why we left it unexplored, or if I just missed it. It was discovered that one of the smaller vats in Engine Hall 5, which should have been filled with wastewater, instead contained a liquid that looked like blood. The incident was deemed not to be a serious concern, and everything went back to normal as soon as the ship returned to real space. Okay, some random vat of wastewater instead turned to blood. That's fine. During the warp voyage, the Middle Decks reported strange gatherings that were attracting dozens of officers. An investigation quickly bore fruit. One of the acolytes from the Augur deck has proclaimed himself the prophet and is rambling about purification by blessed fire. Only the perilous influence of the warp can explain the strange convictions and uncanny zeal of this person. We saw that one before, where I chose to just put them under surveillance because new cults are accepted, and fire is generally an acceptable thing. So unless they do something warpy or heretical, the existence of a cult itself is not bad. So we just put them under surveillance. Yeah, cult gatherings were hardly worth investigating, blah, blah, blah. As soon as they got out of the warp, he dismissed congregation. Yeah, we saw that before. Nothing terribly exciting. Let's move on down to here. We could visit to see if this is... What's the deal with this drifting void ship? Probably nothing, but we can check it out. In case it is something. Have I been to this, or is that the ship that we're supposed to sell our Burning Worlds info to? Hello. Sure. Same crew, seems fine. Maybe this is an area I've already explored, and so we'll just go into an empty area that's already cleared out. Just allowing us to re-explore in case I forgot treasure. I don't know.
It's about time.
Oh, it's where we fought the Forge Fiends. Right. Okay. Yeah, so we've definitely already explored this ship. Was just curious if that was anything to do with the Burning Worlds. It's clearly not. We have a Burning World here, but we've already explored it. So yeah, let's go to the other system. Assume that's the one that actually has the mission. Citizen forces notified officers about a strange insect-like creature appearing on the astropathic chamber. Yeah, we've seen that one too. where they found larvae in his brain. Yeah, I'm not as thrilled that they're repeating now. Like, I get it. It happens, given that we have limited... Like, they couldn't program an infinite number of events. Hang on. We only have a single planet here. This Imperial void ship is unidentified. But I thought on the map it was showing 2 planets. The ice world, and then... Is it talking about this? I'm gonna head back out. Before I go there, I want to see if I'm mistaken, or is there a planet hiding in this system? The ice world and then not explored. I assumed a planet, but maybe that's just a generic symbol for we don't know what it is because we haven't looked at it. And that's the unidentified ship. Odd. Alright, well, let's check out the ship. Upon your approach, the Scarlet Pursuer sends out a hearty greeting. Captain Demir Shani wishes good health upon you and your entire dynasty and asks if you might have any up-to-date information on Burning Worlds. I mean, I guess I might as well, just to see... I think when we talked to them last, I was hoping I would run across something cool on a Burning World that was what they were searching for, so I could investigate it first. But we haven't found anything like that. I think there's no harm in sending them to any of the 4 Burning Worlds we've found. With effusive gratitude, the ship sends out a shuttle with the promised reward. 1,000 reputation with the Casabelica mission. You receive the Scarlet Pursuer's projected itinerary, information on systems in which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again and acquiring information on Burning World should you possess it. Empty soul trap times 30. Cool. Why are you still labeled as an unidentified Imperial void ship? You're a ship we've seen twice, and it's given us your name of Scarlet Pursuer. The fact that it doesn't register that is also weird. So that's probably still showing up as a not explored. Yeah, that's weird. But that mission is now gone. What's over here? Showing the way. I'm trying to figure out why I left some of these behind. Or have they shown up later with new rumors? Owing to his keen intellect and more than a bit of luck, the rogue trader managed to discover several ancient Imperial ships and restore the Archaeotech compass. Ah, that's the 4 pieces that we collected. Mechanism pointing to the location of the fleet's mothership, the Muro 79 system. That's something we discovered later, so we didn't leave that behind. That's new. Let's see. Probably best way is to head up through here and then down and around. We could instead jump from here to there and then down. I think it's roughly the same number of jumps, one of them being a safe jump, but also it's a weird trip. Forces on the decks of the Von Valencia's vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside of them, snow white and sparkling, like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomena in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back after the vessel emerged in real space. Yeah, I don't know if that's a mutation you need to watch out for, or if that was just a temporary warp thing. Did they already have weird spiders and that's what made them specifically be the ones that were translucent? And they still have the spiders when they're out of the warp? I guess if they no longer have the prickly feeling, they're fine. Steady rhythm of life aboard the vessel was disrupted when on the 4th watch of the voyage, the lower decks had their gravity reversed. Yep, we've seen that one. Alright, let's get up to the Muro system. During a period designated as the night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were asleep later reported having horrible nightmares. The xenos Irliet, one of the captain's personal retinue, was found delirious in one of the ship's bays. She was screaming in her unholy language, her arms raised high above her head as if she was trying to keep the sky from falling. The enforcers were unable to free her from the trance. 2 of whom attempted to move Irliet were attacked and died instantly. The xenos regained awareness about 10 hours later. She explained that she had seen her homeworld of Krudarok collapsing around her, and she had been the only one able to hold up its walls. As she added that no monkey should ever touch her again without permission, and that in the future she would deal with the call of the warp on her own. I don't remember that one, but it showed that it was a one we'd seen before. Can we visit? Thank you. Button was not working. I assume this void station is where... No, the rocky world's where we're going. Have I been to that void station? Maybe. Let's go there first. If we're lucky, they'll allow us to buy mining stuff, but probably not. When the rogue trader ship approaches the Adeptus Mechanicus void station, it is met with a hostile scrutiny and the station's defense lasers. An explorer to Lex Mechanic, who introduces himself as Service Unit 42, dispassionately inquires how the station can be of use to the rogue trader. We could give transurium elements to the Adeptus Mechanicus. So give them fuel. We could plunder the station. No. Or just leave them. Yeah, we can give them a bit more fuel. And they gave us Mechanicus Creations. Mechanicus Respirator, Mechanicus Creations, at the cost of fuel. What's the Mechanicus Respirator? There we go. This respirator grants the wearer 15 bonus to Medicae. Alright. I guess we could just keep doing it. No, let's just leave. Is that useful to any of us? Our Medicae people is to some extent you. Helmet grants the wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Not amazing. I'd be willing to replace that. You also are our main Medicae person. If the wearer has 10 or more stacks of Blood Blessed, they gain 1 resolve. She should be getting that more now. Grants 15% critical hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50% wounds left. Yeah, I think I'll replace Pascal's with this. Give him Medicae, because I think Medicae helps some of his assassin abilities, or one of his archetypes. I think. And there's no harm in having someone else with a high Medicae. Alright, on to the rocky world. Let's see what's going on at this point of interest. The priceless discovery left by the crew speechless and shaken. The ancient Imperial Ark ship, Hammer of Redemption, was hidden below the surface, impervious to the Augur's sights. Had the rogue trader not found pieces of an Archaeotech compass that resonated with the vessel's defense systems, it would have remained lying in a bottomless chasm, lost and undeservedly forgotten forever. Bunch of random syllables. Alright. The Adeptus Mechanicus acolytes studied the ancient data archives and concluded that the vessel crashed about 300 years ago, and after running into an asteroid stream. Hoping to rescue at least some of the colonists, the captain dispatched 4 lifeboats whose tragic fate you already know. Although time and weather were not kind to the Hammer of Redemption, the crew still managed to salvage plenty of valuable items. A had-pattern data loom. Grants plus 10 to all skills. The wearer can re-roll any failed skill test once for each test. Hello. Well, that sounds really good. Oh, we never actually equipped this either. Which I went out of my way for. Grants plus 20 to Lore Imperium, where gains 5% armor and deals 5% critical damage to Xenos and demons. That would have been useful in that last fight. Also, they can re-roll a failed test once per test. I think we were planning to give this to Cassia because she has so many skills, but does she deal with Lore Imperium? She does. Okay. Do we reduce persuasion or awareness? Persuasion is at 114, awareness is at 105. So let's drop your persuasion and give you this. So you can re-roll all tests, which seems crazy to me. And then someone else, probably either myself or Pascal, because we're the ones that are always in the team. Pascal has a lot of high skills as well. I just have lore warp. Feels a little sad that my lore warp is only at 91, even though it's the only one I've been working on, where other people have multiple skills in the hundreds, like Cassia. That is insane. But yeah, let's go with Pascal. So it'll be replacing either dealing 10% more damage to Xenos and demons if the wearer has conviction dogmatic. This bonus is doubled. Or 10 bonus to tech use. I think I want to keep your tech use up. The potential damage to Xenos and demons is nice, but not critical, I think. And doing better on skill checks is always a great thing. That's a cool ability. Where do I want to go next? Nothing unexplored around there. We know what that is. We don't know how to get up here yet, besides technically that route, which we could take. And I might take. I thought we didn't have a route here at all, but we do apparently have a deadly route. So I can just make that safer fairly easily. We don't have a route down to these two yet, but this might connect. Maybe we check out these. What is this? Lost in the Void. Footfall is waiting for news of an ancient ark known as the Wasteland Wayfarer, which set off for distant stars in search of new worlds. Okay. I think I will head up there. Warp jump went smoothly enough, although the crew members reported strange incidents while they were asleep. They sensed someone approaching them, laying a hand on their forehead. This is the one where Adira Talas remembered her left sock, yeah. We do have a mission in Dargonus. Oh, Shane has finished its event. Anything new for you to work on? Not at the moment. Dargonus, we need to go to a holy delegation. Are you working on a project? You are not. Okay. Vivo 6. Okay. Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir has caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Vivo 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasteel, and rockcrete. The churring of 1,000 claws heralds their approach, and desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne, these creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor's only knows what to them. What are those creatures? What think my advisors? And then we have our two default options of arm the convicts and the overseers and have them fight the invaders, or blow up the tunnels to prevent any more casualties. This will cost us people, this will cost us Promethium. We'll gain a Carapace Fragment. That is not one of our... Okay. It's like, that's not one of our resources. That's actually an item we could equip. This item negates all energy damage dealt to the wearer, but it cannot occur more than 3 times per combat. Huh. Interesting. Or we could get Master of the Inferno, which sounds amazing. All allies gain plus 10 demolition and deal 10% more fire damage. Viceland and Promethium become a raging, all-destroying force in the hands of the rogue trader. Fire becomes better for the rogue trader. You don't say. Well, that's strongly tempting. First of all, what are these creatures? Few who have faced them have survived to tell the tale, so the information is scarce and hardly reliable. Their accounts, if you will, are a jumble of facts mixed with wild speculation. The frightened workers call these monsters a swarm because they crawl along the tunnels like a wave. They say that the enemies are vast in number and resemble insects. One of the fortunate survivors, mad from the horror, emerged from the mines holding a wrench engraved with strange markings. The pattern was exactly the same as the one the mad convicts had been etching into the walls. Which we did see was... we sent one of our blood cult people there who lost her mind, but it was a Lord Xenos check. So we were thinking it had something to do with Xenos, and apparently there's strange insects down there. One thing, my advisors. The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is the top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant. Requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by the penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. So that sounds pretty much like the first option we had. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure that the plan works, it has to be done in areas currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I'm sure that a dozen brave souls can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom and carry the explosives into the darkness below. So that's like the second one. But probably getting bonuses because we're asking for martyrs rather than just blowing it up. So Pascal would plan our counterattack that gives us the Carapace Fragment, as expected. Arm the convicts and overseers and have them fight the invaders. That also gives us... So this one costs us a person, but we get the Carapace Fragment. This one stops the person cost because Pascal is planning out a better attack than just giving guns to everyone and saying, go for it. Makes sense, I suppose. And then choose convicts ready to atone for their misdeeds throughout the honor... through the honor of martyrdom. Give them explosives and send them to blow up the tunnels. We'll seal our enemies underground. Gain Master of the Inferno. Or use a Prometheum and gain Master of the Inferno. Okay. And I don't really want to block off our mines. So... personally, I like the Master of Inferno ability better than Carapace Fragment. But realistically, as a rogue trader who's trying to increase profits, leaving the enemies alive and just blocking the routes to them and just saying, okay, we can't mine any deeper, is not a great long-term solution. Fighting back and destroying the enemy so that you have full access to your mines is a smarter choice, even if it costs us more people now. Although, theoretically, Pascal's plan means it won't. So, even though more fire damage is more fire damage, I'm going to go with Pascal's plan of counterattack, because it just makes more sense to not limit long-term production of the planet. Pascal, you will plan our counterattack. May our tactical analysis be graced by optimality. The plan of Magos Hanuman was constructed with ruthless logical perfection, weighing efficiency against human losses. The smaller units were sacrificed without hesitation in order to preserve the larger forces. The Vibo 6 defense squads met the swarm in the darkness, monstrous insects clad in metal carapaces and tearing everything apart with their mandibles. The carnage inside the narrow caves cost many lives, but in the end, the creatures were exterminated, and their vile lair, not unlike a metallic crypt, was ransacked and claimed as trophies. Test of Wills. Vivos is such a depressing set of upgrades, just all around. Alright, underground workers is the last thing we have, where we can spend one mechanism, of which we have 2 to gain 3 plasteel. That is such a terrible trade. Gigantic machines will vaporize the rock at their path, clearing the way to the most valuable mineral deposits. The serf clans operating them will never again see the sun, nor will their descendants. Like, I don't want to leave things undone. I guess eventually we'll pull these off as well. But that is such a worthless... Like, so far we've managed to find 2 mechanisms. I mean, potentially we found others, but that's where we're sitting at this point. It's 2. And to trade those for plasteel, of which I already have 37, I find planets all over the place with more plasteel. No. We're up to 20 people. That's incredible. Because I think there were other spots that we were waiting to have more people to do stuff. Although I thought so, but I guess not. Maybe some of these that are currently locked for other purposes. We were also waiting on people. I don't know. That's that taken care of. If we get to Dargonus, which I think this is Dargonus, yeah? Yeah. So we're heading through there anyway. Let's go to Dargonus and take care of that mission. Fire broke out. Raging disaster consumed an entire chamber. Yep. Another one that we've read before. Alright, Dargonus. Let's do our holy delegation. Whatever that is. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso has arrived on planet for a brief visit. A great many itinerant pilgrims have come with him in hopes of finding a new home. We can just accept the faithful and gain 2 more people. Saying ×2, is that different than +2? I guess if I accept that, I can keep track of here. If this goes up to 22, then it's just +2 people. If it goes up to something more, then it might be ×2 whatever people we had here. They're coming from Dargonus, because it is keeping track of how many people are from each planet in that list. Organize a grand mass burning of blasphemers and the week of faith in honor of Reverend Hieronymus' arrival. That'll cost 2 promethium, of which we have a lot, so that wouldn't be the end of the world. And it will give us 4 times people. It's probably just +4 people, not actually giving us 4 times whatever Dargonus is currently providing. Or we could welcome him with lavish festivities, which would cost, or which would gain us 4 times people. But it's grayed out. I don't mind spending the promethium. We will have a grand mass burning of blasphemers and the week of faith. Blasphemers, yes. The week of faith feels a bit much, since I'm not the best dogmatic person in the world. But so be it. I'm sure they're very weak in faith. Not just moderately weak in faith. The colony's spiritual fervor has impressed many of the pilgrims, and they have decided to stay on the Rogue Trader's planet. Reverend Hieronymus departed for another world, taking the rest of the faithful with him in search of a planet that could become their home. Okay, and it did go up from 20 to 24. So Dargonus is now giving 16. So yeah. Okay, just trying to understand. I don't know why it shows ×4 when it really should be +4. And that didn't open up any new options. Perfect. So nothing more we can do with Dargonus at the moment. Moving on. I'm still holding off on going to Kiava Gamma, specifically because it looks like that will end chapter 2 of our journal. And so, yeah. I'm leaving that as long as I can. Although, what were you? Right, that's the new one, Blades in the Void. So, we fought the Dark Eldar on that planet, and they've now told us to go to Cineris Malefictum Nebula to continue fending off raids. It would be unwise to agree to terms set by the enemies of humanity, but it is permissible if it will mean an end to the constant attacks. Yeah. Do we have new contracts available? Trading people for more promethium and chemicals. We have lots of promethium. We don't have a ton of chemicals. Could do that. Trading people for provisions. No. Trading people for profit factor. Could do. Profit factor is nice, although I don't know of anything I'm needing more profit factor for at the moment. Captain who calls himself Master Inspector is in the market for human merchandise. His peculiar character has repeatedly shown up on footfall to buy serfs, criminals, and unfortunates detained for vagrancy. Where he takes them is unknown, but his coffers seem bottomless. Yeah, so just grabbing people to sell to a slaver. Or worse. I don't think I feel like doing that at the moment. Even though we've got the people now. Still feels bad. I'll hold off on that. Let's see. For the duration of the voyage, they heard laughter. Yep. Moving on over to here. So where is that quest that we have? It's the Ancient Eldari cache. The quest here. Blades in the Void. Lapidus Mortis. Last chance of Cyrene Libertorum Maledicta. I would assume it would have one of these markings on it. The only ones I'm seeing are... Oh, it is here. So we're just heading straight to that last fight, presumably. Okay. Well, let's make this unsafe. The cost of 2. And then head in here. So we've got Lost in the Void, which is our missing ship that Footfall is waiting for news of. And we also know that this is where Drukhari are doing raiding. Well, those are probably connected. Ship goes missing where Drukhari are known to be. Yikes. Alright. So we've got 4 planets here. No ship battles or anything. Check out each planet individually. Starting with you. We can mine for 2 provisions. Not going to bother with that. Or land down the Wasteland Wayfarer. I think I'm fine continuing with this group for a while since we don't know what we're going to be running into. I should probably look at the companion quests I have as well, just to see if I can make any progress on any of them.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Take heed of what? You've spotted something. Is that awareness test out there? Is that what you spotted? Okay, why did you reorganize my group to put myself and Cassia in front? That seems odd. The airlock is sealed. This isn't right. You distinctly remember never activating the seal on your way through. I know I'm about to state the obvious, but I will state it anyway. There's something off about this. Something very off. Tech use -20, which gives Pascal, even with a -20 penalty, a 95% chance to succeed. To just open the airlock anyway. Try to force the airlock open. Contact the ship. This is the rogue trader speaking. We're having difficulties here. No, just... Pascal, 95%. Please just open the airlock. The control panel is being uncooperative. You know enough about machine spirit behavior to conclude it is not malice that is making them refuse to comply, but a higher priority order they are executing. After repeating the command entry protocol 3 times with all the appropriate prayers, the tech priest says in a gloomy, raspy voice, the machine spirit controlling this airlock is too simple and guileless to be tricked. It would be easier to deconstruct this airlock than to compel it to open. So some higher authority machine spirit from elsewhere in the ship is commanding this one to stay shut. Contact this ship. Is this our ship we're contacting, or is it the... Well, no. we're on planet. We're not on a ship. So yeah, this would be contacting our ship, letting them know that we're having difficulties. I guess first try to force the airlock open, which is going to fail. The plasteel, durable enough to withstand the pressure of the interplanetary void, absorbs your hits with supreme indifference. It will take more than that to break through. Alright, then let's let our ship know that we're having difficulties. The white noise of static is all you hear in response. Either the Voxmaster cannot reply, or she is brazenly ignoring you, or comms are being jammed. None of these possibilities bode well. So, I didn't get all the way through playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, but there is a mission that you go in and they lock the door behind you, and it is notoriously one of the hardest missions in the game. And this is bringing flashbacks. So, I'm curious if they've done something similar here.
I did it?
You hear a strange sound that reminds you of dripping water, or the clattering of something sharp against metal. We've got a door over there we could open, a door over here. Let's explore this central area first before we go through some other doors.
Tolerate weakness.
Okay, this is expanding out.
Lady Cassia, is something troubling you?
Once again, you have read my mood like an open book, Master Van Caux. My eyes, they still ache from the kaleidoscope of colors I see around me.
What colors do you see here in this location that has trapped us? That's what I want to know. Unknown Captain's Diary. A thick diary filled with entries written in neat, precise handwriting. Its author was documenting the events of his life with thoroughness, bordering on obsession. After browsing through its pages, the following entries catch your attention. Exodus, Watch 1. Never thought this day would come. I'm addressed as Master Captain once more. How many times did I swear never to venture into the void again during those 2 Terran years I spent among the mangled ruins of the unheralded Reckoning's Bridge? Unfortunately, life in a gravity well didn't bring me peace. Reverend Hieronymus, ooh, so this is pretty recent. Reverend Hieronymus promised me that performing a selfless feat of devotion would bring me serenity. Maybe he's right, but I'm still writing this in this journal during the long nights to keep my sanity, just like I did 2 years there and 7 Terran years after that here. We'll see if I'll be able to live without the somewhere that is our wasteland wayfarer's destination. Oh, Wasteland Wayfarer is a ship. So we landed on the planet, but there's a ship on the planet that we're now investigating, called the Wasteland Wayfarer. Exodus Watch 237. Okay, you were on a lot of watches then. The crews reported hearing strange noises from the ventilation shafts for a 3rd time. Alas, I'm charged with pilgrims, not seasoned voidsmen. The venture scares them, and they've already managed to make up their share of absurd ghost stories. I asked Reverend Gravik to calm them down. He's the official head of the pilgrimage, so they ought to listen to him. Exodus Watch 240. The vent inspection is finished. Just as expected, there's nothing to worry about. Just some torn tubing striking the hull. Exodus Watch 393. Reverend Hieronymus was wrong. Faith does not bring me peace. I prefer not to take any sides in the theological dispute that's broken out aboard our vessel, ignoring the debates altogether. I'll let Reverend Gravik handle it. I'm slightly concerned about this schism, but as long as both groups are peaceful and agree to follow my orders, they can bicker and shout all they want. Exodus Watch 810. That is getting to be quite high. The great day has arrived. The Wasteland Wayfarer has successfully landed on the planet's surface. I wonder if it'll ever leave it. A settlement is already being built down the hill. Its official colonial designation is A3649 Minoris, but Reverend Gravik says he's going to name it Jessavon. When we first stepped onto the surface, Reverend Gravik's congregation and the Nourishers used different airlocks to leave the vessel. Seems like they've ceased any and all communication. Exodus Watch 1212. Today, the last pilgrims left the Wayfarer for Jessavon. I'm alone once again. They invited me to go with them, but I made up an excuse about needing to keep watch at the reactor since my ship is still used for powering the settlement. Truth be told, I just didn't want to go with them. They say less than 1,000 pilgrims are still loyal to Gravik. The services at the main temple performed by the Nourishers, and the St. Drusa's statue is cut only up to its knees. I can't understand their beliefs, but I don't think they will help me more than Reverend Hieronymus' faith. Exodus Watch 1287. So, essentially, we've got the Drusus faith that everyone who started on this voyage was part of, which should be listening to Gravik, but a schism of people calling themselves nourishers broke off and is collecting more and more of the Drusans faithful to the point where the main temple is now having their services performed by nourishers, and the Drusus statue that they were attempting to make, they only got up to the knees in carving and then just stopped. I was woken in the night by a dozen pilgrims from Jesavon. They were armed and scared and said the nourishers had arrested Reverend Gravik. They were bewildered and didn't know what to do, wanting me to act. So act I did. Since Reverend Gravik is the official head of the pilgrims, I deemed this an incident of civil unrest. I cut power to Jesavon and demanded Reverend Gravik's release via Voxcom. We are holding the line. 3 days later, Exodus Watch 1290, assuming watches are days. Theoretically, you could have multiple watches in a day, I suppose. The nourishers have come to us. Gravik was with them. He was calm and said that the conflict had been resolved. He took the confused pilgrims and their guns with him, and I restored power to the settlement. I have no idea what's going on, unless they mind-controlled Gravik to join the nourishers. Peace. The watch is of no consequence. Today I received the brotherly kiss, and now I believe I can clearly see the spiral path among the stars set for us by the Emperor Progenitor. Now I can hear my brothers and sisters. I'm finally alone no more. This sounds like Tyranids. This sounds like Tyranids, gene stealers. That right there, the Emperor Progenitor, the brotherly kiss, able to hear your brothers and sisters. I think this is Tyranids. Did we find the actual location the Tyranids came from? Because we thought it was that one station which we burned, and then we just didn't find the evidence we were expecting. But that... Can we autopsy the body, please? I want to know if we're looking at gene stealers. Do I keep exploring here, or do I go through the doors? Because this seems to be getting bigger. I'm going to go through some of the doors first.
In my way.
How far is this all going to spread? Okay, that just reconnects over there. So this is a small side room. Athletics check to open this grate to get to the goods. Seems doable.
Nothing matters more.
Grab me those goods, please. We can't get through all the sand. Odd that there's just a ton of sand here. Alright, let's go back to this other door that we...
Reveal something.
Oh. Oh, just goods there. Okay, we'll pick that up in a moment. An awareness test, which we're going to pass.
I've read about this.
The ventilation system still works. There are strange gouges on the metal. They look like claw marks of some beast that was trying to crawl into the shaft. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to fight gene stealers, which I am fine with. Ow? Iliad demolition test failed. Iliad suffers fresh injury.
You interrupted my thought.
Actually, can you use your healing?
But
on
of
Iliad?
course, Lord Captain.
There you go. And it doesn't cost us our healer's kits. Alright, everyone, pull back again. Pull back, I say. One person, go forward, work on that again.
I have learned much in my exile.
Yeah, we don't have a great demolitions expert with Argenta not in the team. Yearly, it's okay. Melta charges, stim. Fine. Another body. No more lore. Okay, you chose not to open the door from that side. That's fine, you can open it from this side. Oh, you thought I was just clicking on the ground. Alright. Looks like there's nothing over here. This door will lead up to there, so our paths are all recombining. Vox Cleric. There is still a person living here. Well, are you going to allow us to sneak over here to grab these goods? The middle box was brutally forced open. Why would the ship's owners break into it if they could simply turn the key? It's not loot that we can loot, it was just more information. Hunched over the Voxcaster, the hooded man mutters monotonously but emphatically into the machine as he rocks slightly to and fro. In the light of the distant stars, our Emperor Progenitor wanders warily. With thoughts and visions of us, he sends us particles of his light. Though his body suffers, his mind lingers on us. Let us therefore nourish him with the light of our souls, with our prayers, with our faith. Praise the Emperor, greetings, priest. I don't know about that. Excellent, Voxcaster the works. Now we can let the planet know that I have graced it with my presence. Put your hands up, take off your hood, and don't make any sudden movements, or else you'll be dead before we're properly acquainted. Or observe silently. I guess I don't know if Ignatius has figured out that they are not actually worshipping the Emperor. I'm going to observe silently. The man falls abruptly silent as though sensing your presence. Then he says, "And here come the afflicted." With a pale hand, he throws back his hood. You see an ugly face with a flat, wide nose, disproportionately large brow ridges, irisless eyes with enormous pupils, a wide toad-like mouth, and skin that transitions to purple scales at the cheekbones. Yep. Standing before you is an abominable subhuman, a mutant. Welcome to the abode of the Nourishers. Not mutants, definitely xenos, gene stealers. 3 sorrowful phalanges point the way to the Emperor Progenitor. I'm glad you've chosen ours. Hello, Dragon Tear Leather. Welcome. His features are strikingly similar to those of the mutant scum you destroyed in the dynastic crypt. That's what I'm saying. Heinrich recoils, then grimaces and touches his temple as if pained by a headache. This is bad. This is very, very bad. Ready your weapon, Ignatius. Abominations that looked exactly like... I'm so glad Heinrichs is on our team here. Because obviously you never know who you should bring with you. Yeah, this is good stuff. Abominations looked exactly like you tried to take over my ship. I killed them all. Lord Xenos looked close at the misshapen man. 100% chance to succeed. Who are you? I understand this to be a trap. Am I correct? Attack. The world is full of horrors, but your death will make it a much better place. Or I'd kill you, but I don't want to get my hands dirty. Flea freak. No. I'm fine with us first taking a closer look at the misshapen man. Pascal, what can you tell me about this strange Xeno? This being's nature has strayed too far from mankind's blessed genome. The Creed sees no humanity in deviations like these, and so it commands that such creatures be exterminated without mercy. Abominations that looked exactly like you tried to take over my ship. I killed them all. The man does not look surprised. Though I had not known them before, the Emperor Progenitor brought me the echo of their deaths, and an image, your image, but their deaths matter not, for you have answered the call. I am elated. Who are you? I mean, realistically, I should just attack, but who are you? The man smiles, the broadest smile his abominable mouth can produce. I'm Lecocte, Clamvus of the Nourishers of the Afflicted. I am he who speaks to our progenitor. This ship belongs to me. Was that you were muttering a prayer? It was you or your accomplices that sealed the airlock, was it not? Obviously. I understand to be a trap. Getting kind of loud. Let's turn that down just a touch. There we go. Was that you were muttering a prayer? I was praising the Emperor Progenitor so that my brothers and sisters might repeat the sacred words with me, under stars unknown. He keeps his vigil, and sends us his light. He is exhausted and maimed, but in his graciousness he does not allow himself to forget us, and we are grateful. We know that our prayers will quell his agonizing hunger, and therefore we speak to him. We beckon him so that one day he and his faithful may come to take us under his care. The man rocks gently in place as he makes his speech. Cassia begins to rock to and fro ever so slightly in sync with the man. Purple. Everything I see. Is purple. I can see. Do you mean our god, the master of Terra who sits atop the golden throne? Or that blasphemous petty deity of whatever cult you're in? Ha ha. I like that. Is there anybody else here? Your brothers and sisters? I'm going to try and get information before I go straight to the insults. Is there anybody else here? Your brothers and sisters? The man responds with joyful laughter. They are here. They are hiding, waiting. Once we were many. Now we are but few. Our blood degenerated. Our flesh grew weak. We were on the verge of death, but you have come, and that is good. You and your people will infuse our blood with new power. Your ship will take the nourishers to new worlds. We will rise again. Yeah, do you mean our god, the master of Terra who sits atop the golden throne, or the blasphemous petty deity of whatever cult you're in? I know no god, but the Emperor Progenitor. Others are either figments or ephemeral fleshless spirits. Yeah, no. It was you or your accomplices who sealed the airlock, was it not? My brethren have sealed the entrance, but you will be able to leave later, with us. We are all going to leave this place. I understand this to be a trap, am I correct? Indeed, afflicted one, you have nowhere to run. The mutant shrieks, grinning, May the grace of our progenitor be upon you. His words are piercing, becoming a shrill echo of 100 voices, minds, growing ever louder. It torments your mind, and before you know it, you reach for your weapon.
I will end your heresy!
Okay, we just murdered him. Cool. You hear a clanging echo growing louder in the empty modules, like hundreds of clawed limbs striking bulkheads and grabbing onto bars. Whoever is advancing upon you, there are a lot of them. You ought to run for your life before they trap you in this crammed box cabin. Interesting. So we're not fighting. I think trying to use the Voxcaster makes sense. Nothing like casually frying someone's brain. I mean, I'm a very powerful psyker. It's in my nature. So we can hold still and listen. I don't think that necessarily helps us. The Voxcaster, I think, makes sense. Look for cover, plan your retreat, or just say we've got to go. Let's first do a dash for the Voxcaster. I think letting the ship know what's going on makes the most sense. The Vox spits out a torrent of static, through which you nonetheless manage to catch fragments of words spoken by voice not unlike that of your Voxmaster. Von Valent, command, lock. The signal is lost before you manage to say anything. Well, darn. Henrik's evidently at the end of his patience growls through gritted teeth. We must get out of this trap. Let's plan a retreat rather than just running carelessly. I don't think looking for cover, they're implying that staying here to fight is not going to work well. Let's plan a retreat. If you had a few hours to explore the ship, you surely would have found any number of discrete shafts and unlocked modules you could use to leave the ship. As it is, you're only aware of a single possible escape route, through the airlock back the way you've come. Any other path may lead to a dead end. There's an old military adage that says, when you're already in deep trouble, don't poke around anywhere unless you know what you'll find there. I propose we get out the same way we came in. Optimal retreat route calculated. Delaying is not advised. Alright, then we've got to go. Your gaze falls on a rune-covered control panel near the Vox receiver. A green lumen burns beneath the engage airlock seal switch. The switch socket is corroded and does not immediately yield to your touch, but the lumen changes color to blood red, and the whirring of deactivating airlocks rises up from the depths of the ship. Well, that's convenient. So now the goal is to get out of here. Oh, cool.
you.
Okay, so far it's just one gene stealer. Scary, but probably doable. They're calling it danger level 5. A bunch of abilities we don't know, which still strikes me as odd. Time for some aliens. Yep. So, yeah, I know high-level gene stealers, Tyranids, are the sort of things that you call in Space Marines to deal with. Ordinary people, like all of us, should not be fighting. Like, one, maybe. But if there's a horde of them, we are the wrong people for the job. Alright, Cassia, let's get you into some cover. Ooh, this is full cover here? On what? I mean, I like the full cover, but seriously, what are you standing behind? That light bulb? Let's put ourselves in cover here. Let's get you into... Pascal, can you stand back? I'm going to put you in full cover there. Not normally, but these aren't normal people either. That's true. We are definitely peak of ordinary humans. Let's have you guys stand back a touch. I guess, who goes first? All of our melee people are last. I was hoping that we could charge and then get a second attack afterwards, but no. Cool. And what do we have affecting us? Hunted. This character is about to become prey. At least one creature is hunting the Rogue Trader's party. Fantastic. Alright, you guys form a wall. It's going to get to go before they do, which is fantastic. Does your attack have any sort of area attack that I need to worry about? Nothing I can see. Creature is thirsty for blood and is hunting the Rogue Trader's party. Yeah, that's fine. I don't see anything that's... You never know what a Gene Stealer cultist is capable of until they do it, or until you get too close. So that's why these are unknown. Yeah, I don't know if it has any sort of area attacks. Let's send Pascal back a tiny bit. He's got high movement. They should be blocking the wall, and they can defend better. So just try to make sure that it attacks them rather than him. I think that makes the most sense to me. I think the original 40k PC game was a version of Space Hulk doing exactly this. Okay. Let's start this battle. Cassia. Start with our front line, which I think... This makes total sense to me.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Back line, which is our dodge bonus. I'm still confused by this cover that she has. I'm not going to complain about it, but I am confused by it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then crit bonuses, give those to the two of us, I suppose.
If I may.
Now, Ignatius, give you a wisdom bonus.
For the serfs.
Or willpower, not wisdom. Ha! Too much D&D.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Give that. Then bring it down.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Start with lighting ourselves on fire. And orchestrate flames. We did get to keep our action point, so we'll do run and gun. And that'll allow us to start by lighting you on fire. Can I not see you? No line of sight to the target from there. Seriously.
Not my specialty.
Okay. Then light it on fire from there. How can you not see from here, man?
Let's see how they respond to this.
Good. Step back into cover, please. I don't know if they have any sort of ranged attacks, so I'm not worried about cover necessarily, but still it makes sense to use it. That'll be the end of your turn. Back to you, Cassia. Let's do a kill zone there. And you're out of action points. On to Ignatius. You're already on fire, so I don't need to set you on fire. I'm thinking we'll go with Melted Beam, or I guess Molten Beam.
Forge ahead.
There. Okay. Hello. I was also wanting to orchestrate flames, but I didn't think you would be able to move on my turn. But I guess I did too much damage to you. Can I see you from there? No. From here? Shame. Wish I could have gotten Orchestrate Flames on to just keep him burning. Anyway, regardless, we need to move forward. Because that's our goal, I think, is to get to our ship.
I shall not fear.
So we're going to do a running forward offensive. Not a running retreat. Inflame. Yes, let's use that as well. Get some more damage in on you.
All too easy.
Where are you at now? You're at 56 health and you'll take 56 burning at the start of your turn. Fantastic. I like that. You should just die on your turn. Alright, Iliet, let's have you move forward. Yeah, I think we just need to keep moving everyone forward.
Designated position.
And there's really nothing you can do. He's out of line of sight. Oh, come on now. Hang on. How did you heal? You should have died. Seems unfair. But alright. Iron Arm, Warp Speed.
I won't object to it.
Word of the Emperor on all of us. Am I missing? No, okay. Couldn't see Cassia for a moment there. I want to make sure I hit everyone.
For the throne's glory.
Perfect. Let's charge. I can't charge you. Alright. So be it. I can do Endure. I could raise... What is Word of the Emperor doing for us? +2 Resolve until the end of combat. Okay, so this will just give us more defense. Purge Soul. This damage deals direct damage. The damage is increased by 50% against Xenos, by 100% against Chaos Worshippers or Drukhari, 100%, 150 against demons. Damage by the Psyker or any of the Psyker's allies this combat. So this just gives me a bit of extra free damage on him. Not bad. Guess might as well use it just to do a little bit of damage.
I won't object to it.
Let's do Endure. And then, hang on. That stopped your movement. Oh, mistakes were made. Mistakes were very much made. I did not notice that that was giving up my movement points. Shame. Alright. Well, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, and that also counted as your attack for the turn? Oh, that super sucks. That is a terrible power. Doing tiny amounts of direct damage. Giving up your movement and your actions. I thought that was just like a bit of extra free damage, but no. Okay. That is a garbage ability. Alright, let's send Pascal in. Oh, no, we're looking at Abelard. Either way, send Abelard in. Can you charge? Yes, actually. Wish I could get you into this square. Guessing it depends on something else. Yeah, it's probably based on some ability. Well, let's give you Endure. Always a good starting point. Charge is going to take 2, and then I'm going to want to do more attacks. Actually, I can do these attacks because he's got the 2-weapon fighting. So maybe I should just go straight for the attack, for the charge, so I can get as many attacks as possible.
Indeed.
Rather than just tiny bonuses to one of my attacks. Good. You've got 2 AP left. I could go with Bleed, but then that ends your turn. Or I could do a single basic attack, and then I should be able to do a follow-up attack.
At your beck and call. Target well struck.
I cannot do a follow-up attack. Thought... Sometimes that seems to work. Oh, the follow-up attacks take 2 AP. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So the normal attack is 1 AP, and it takes an additional AP if I want to use the secondary strike. Fair. Then I guess I will do Bulwark to just protect myself and my allies. No, that's against ranged attacks. And immune to being pushed. Do I have anything that helps me in... Yes, parry. Vanguard gains parry whenever he parries an attack, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we'll use that one. I'm not super familiar with all the Vanguard abilities, but that's fine. Alright, Pascal, you can easily get up here as well. And so I shall. He can probably kill him with where it hurts, actually. Yeah. Let's do where it hurts. And then just a basic strike. Well, thanks for the high momentum. We've got another Gene Stealer ahead of us now. That is immediately after Pascal's turn. Well, that doesn't seem entirely fair. That you pop in and immediately have a turn where none of my melee characters are there. That's bad news for me. Anything you can do to help out in this suddenly terrible situation? I mean, I could use our abilities, but I think I'm going to save that for... Well, I was going to say save that for Cassia's turn so she can use it on Ignatius, but Ignatius can just take out an enemy. Probably. And then we're done. There's not a lot left to do after that. Anyway, Pascal, your turn is sadly over. No enemies in sight and your movement's done. Okay, you just wasted your turn. Fantastic. Oh, no, we're back to Pascal's turn. Odd. Gene Stealer's after Cassia. Alright. Cassia, you need to move forward. Do I think Irelia is going to have a shot? I think not. She's got too much wall in front of her, and he's fully on that side of the wall. So let's send Cassia forward. You can do your lidless stare to stun it.
Emperor, give me strength.
Okay. What else? Because bring it down doesn't give movement points. So I could use it on someone to give them attacks, but that doesn't actually help. So I think I'm going to go with Finest Hour, even though it feels a bit of a waste to give it to Ignatius.
I'll show you why navigators...
Which is what I tend to always do. We can send Ignatius forward. Hopefully, if he runs down a hallway, I'll still have some vision to just keep blasting him. Because we're going to do lots of blasting here. Hit you. I could inflame again to increase the damage we're doing, even higher. But probably just more damage is better. You're already on fire, so Molten Beam is better.
Suits my purposes.
Then you run away. Oh, I forgot to do Orchestrate Flames again. Because I am dumb. Yeah, and you're now out of sight. And I can't run and gun because I'm not getting enough kills for Revel and Slaughter. Can't Molten Beam. I need to be able to see the enemy. I can't. Come on. Let me target somewhere nearby and have it hit. No, all of them require me to have a line of sight, and I just don't. Well, I can do Inflame. There you go. We've got another Gene Stealer over here now. I'm glad that they are stopping to fight us rather than all of them just running at the door since we unlocked it to get to our ship. Because that would turn out poorly. Fortunately, you are out of line of sight, so I can't get over to you. So my turn is kind of wasted. Let's see. Make one additional attack each turn. Could be nice. Gains the ability to make a number of weapon attacks. Nothing that gives me movement points back, sadly. So I think I just need to end his free turn there. Cassius' free turn is essentially over. She could still give bonuses to people. None of them. So I guess give that to her. Can I give you another stack of this? Hopefully your troops are guarding the way back, but who knows with those guys? Very true. If I give this to Ignatius again because it's allowing it, does it stack? Target ally gains plus 28 to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. There's no way they're going to actually allow me to give him plus 28 willpower stacking it every turn. Surely not.
If I may.
But I have to try it. Alright, Ignatius, do you have like 2 stacks of that now? No. Work with me here. No, just the one. Okay, so they allow me to recast it, but doesn't actually re-affect you. That's a shame. And sadly, nothing else you can do on your turn. Alright, it's now Ignatius's turn. Let's run you forward. I'm only going to get to make 1 attack. I could use this to get a second attack. if it feels that necessary.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Hit you. Let's orchestrate flames on you so you stay burning. Might as well inflame you. So you're going to take 70 damage. Yeah, why not? Steady superiority. It'll give me another attack, and all future turns I'll get 2 attacks. So let's molten beam you as well. And then you'll probably run away, like the coward you are. I am still able to attack, but sadly, I don't have the movement. Why must you keep running out of my sight? I'm pushing them back to run way faster than the rest of my team can get over there to actually help. I'm sure this fight is supposed to be harder than it is. I have 7 action points still left, and I can't do anything with them. Alright. Iliad. Let's just have you rush forward.
I move swiftly to strike.
Can you target this guy? Nope. Alright, that ends your turn. Heinrichs. Move here.
The Emperor is on our side.
Can you use this to hit all of us and yourself in any way? No. Yes. That hits the 3 of us. Perfect. So we'll get another stack of Ward of the Emperor. And then I'll have you charge forward as far as you can.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Do an endure in case he runs back, assuming he lives that long. You still already have Iron Arm and Warp Speed. Let's give Warp Speed to Ignatius, because that helps movement points. Yeah. Iron Arm is strength and toughness, which I don't think really helps any of us. I mean, you might as well use this because... Where does this come from? Out of curiosity. 4 plus the psykers psi rating plus 1 times resolve divided by 4. So if I can get his resolve high enough, that's the multiplier. And resolve is boosted by Word of the Emperor. So if I can keep stacking Word of the Emperor, I can eventually get this to be more useful.
For the throne's glory.
He should die on his turn, but he's not going to. He's going to suddenly spontaneously heal and then charge at us, right? Accelerated regeneration. At the start of its turn, this creature will restore 33% of its maximum wounds. That's what did it. Alright. Well, that's the end of your turn. Abelard, same thing with you. Go here. Charge forward as best you can. Anything you can do to help? Not really. Brace for impact would help a 3-cell radius move again. That doesn't help us in this circumstance. And I might as well do defensive stance and bulwark just because. I could do forced distraction to try and stop him from attacking Heinrichs. Seems kind of pointless.
I will do my duty.
I don't think these matter, but I'm just going to do them because we have the AP, so I might as well. And Pascal, you don't have a charge, unfortunately, so you're going to fall behind even though your movement is fantastic. But you do have a gun that I never let you use. So, I don't know, I guess go for it. target of the executioner's next successful attack is under damage over time, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't specify this needs to be a melee weapon. So, where it hurts, and then try to successfully hit you. 27%. Well, we can hope for the best. Nice. Well done. Depends on when your troops, on when you stumble in here. I can never remember all of these. All of these events or locations, or what are you referring to? Well, that was pretty easy, actually. And part of that is Ignatius is just overpowered. But yeah, the fact that they were just running away in fear of us and we were struggling to run up to them so we could finish killing them as they ran and hid is sort of funny because Gene Stealers are supposed to be terrifying. Oh, no, you can't remember all the formula. Okay, that makes total sense. The formulas are crazy. Let's see, we can't boost our willpower, sadly, because that's definitely the one we want the most. We could grab toughness just to make it an even number. And also give us more health because I keep lighting myself on fire. And although it doesn't hurt me that much, when enemies are also attacking me, as happens sometimes, it eventually starts becoming a lot. So a bit more health could be good. I mean, arguably I could raise my ballistic skill because I do have the soldier background and theoretically I'm good with a gun. But I haven't needed to pull out my gun in so long that I just don't see the point. We'll go with toughness. And then skill-wise, Lore Warp is obviously the one we keep focusing on, even though it's still pretty low compared to everyone else's best skills. Medicae, no. Carouse, no. Awareness is up to 60 already. It's nothing compared to those that are actually focusing on it. Demolition, probably not. Athletics, probably not. Okay, I don't care about any of these. We don't have another good demolition person when Argenta's not in the party. Yearly, it's up to 80, so I could make that my backup. Awareness is always good because it seems like everyone makes their own awareness tests to try and spot hidden things. So the more people that have good awareness, the better. But I don't think a 60 awareness, well, I guess 70 awareness is that critical compared to people that have over 100. Maybe. I think out of the two, awareness and demolitions make the most sense. And I'll go with awareness because I'd rather get her demolitions higher than try and get his up 30 points to pass it. Okay, not the most amazing level up there. What about you? You're getting a skill? You actually have lots of great skills. Of the skills you're awesome at that we are focusing on for you, your lowest is Persuasion now, actually, because we took off that ring that gave you a plus 10 bonus. So I might as well boost your Persuasion up, because that is something we use all the time. And then next, you can't get Fellowship or Willpower this level up. Darn. What else matters to you? I guess Perception. Okay. So we're not getting any talents this level, it seems. Some people might. Each archetype has their own level ups, so we'll see. You can't get intelligence or weapon skill, which obviously are some of the ones I'm focusing on for you. Strength wouldn't be bad, just to increase your damage. So I'm fine with that. And then skill-wise, you... Of the ones that we're actually working on, so our 100 plus, Medicae is your lowest, actually. Are you our best Medicae person in the team? Oh, by far. By far, by far. Okay. Lord Xenos is actually another one that we actually do need pretty regularly. We rarely have Medicae skill tests, like in the world. It's mainly just used to heal us, which we don't need much. Lord Xenos shows up pretty regularly, so I might want to boost that instead. Yeah, I think I'll go with Lord Xenos. I think it's more useful. Heinrichs, what are we doing with you? So I can't do weapon skill. So probably for you, willpower, toughness are probably the ones that make the most sense. Maybe strength to increase damage. Willpower would increase your psychic abilities. Strength would increase damage. Toughness would keep you alive better. Probably willpower. Make you a better psyker. And then skills. You don't have any good skills. Well, that's kind of awkward. Because you're kind of filling the same role as Abelard, but just worse at all of them. So Carouse, Abelard's at 110. Coercion. Cassia is at 109. Athletics is your other one that you're good at, ish. Abelard's at 105. Even, like, Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, Interrogator, meaning he's high rank, his Lord Xenos is only 60, which I will admit is partially my fault. There's probably times I could have leveled it up, but I didn't. But still, like, what's the point when we have Pascal at 115, Iliad at 90? Why would I bother raising him up to a 70? Though I could make the same call about, you know, athletics. Why would I raise his athletics up to a 90 when Abelard's at 105? Though there are times where I take Abelard out of the party to have Heinrichs instead. Like, only have one or the other. In which case, giving him more athletics, because that's a check that shows up regularly. Carouse less so, but sometimes. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with athletics to make him a better potential swap for Abelard. Iliad, what are we doing with you? We needed more agility because of the new armor you got. We need to get up to 65, so that's easy enough. And then skill-wise, we need your demolitions up. You are our demolitions person when Argenta isn't in the party. And you've been failing lately. So, yeah. Easy for that. And then Abelard, what to do with you? Everyone ends up with a core team that is hard to justify changing. Very true. Like, there's some people that I sort of swap out for each other, depending on the mission. So it's not that I always bring the same people every time. But, like, the core three for me is myself, obviously. Cassia and Pascal are in every mission. But these three will swap out along with Argenta and Cassia, depending on what's going on. And then Jai and Adira, that's her name. Took me a moment. That shows how little I use her. Never come out. So I could just keep boosting your athletics and carouse. No, we're looking at characteristics, right. Weapon skill is at 75, but I can't raise it. Strength is at an odd number. I could raise that. And so I think I shall. Fellowship being an odd number doesn't matter because you're not really using Fellowship for anything. So yeah, strength. Do more damage. Now we're looking at skills. I can't boost your athletics. I could boost your carouse to get it up to 120. Kind of wish that from here I could look at all the characters and see what everyone's skills are, so then I could decide if there's any of these that are better to leave with someone else, or who is working on them. But, oh well. Carouse makes sense for you. We're getting pretty close to maxing out our second archetype, and then we'll move on to the third tier, which will be interesting. Looks like there's nothing to loot on the bodies.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So are we just done now? I guess let's go back to the control room, because surely there's no more attacks going on. Yeah, there's loot. Lectionary of the Revelations of the Emperor Progenitor. The book contains the blasphemous tenets of the cult of the Nourishers of the Afflicted. It speaks of the insatiable Emperor Progenitor and his impending coming that will bestow miraculous unity upon all the faithful. Okay. Heavy stubber. Two-handed weapon. Doing pretty terrible damage. I guess its main benefit is it's doing 10 shots of terrible damage. I'm not going to take that. Well, I'm taking it, but I'm not going to use it, so it'll just go into cargo. Alright, let's burn this with holy fire, if possible. Alright, that's one world explored. The question I have is, are the Gene Stealers on all the worlds in this system, or were they just going to be... Did they stay on that single planet? I guess we'll find out. If you have someone centered on boosting rate of fire, it can be useful, but even then there are better. Yeah. Seven plasteel. I just don't need more plasteel. There's plasteel everywhere. It's funny that I have a mission, a contract, to give up, what is it? I thought it was, no, maybe it's one of the building upgrades on one of my planets, where it's trade one of these gears that are super rare, mechanisms, for 3 plasteel. And I'm just like, no, plasteel is everywhere. If I need more plasteel, I can just go to any rock and it's full plasteel. Why would I give up a rare resource for that? But I also hate leaving one of my planets. There's 2 more plasteel. I hate leaving one of my planets not running a mission. But that mission is so worthless. Always run out of chemicals in phlogiston. Yeah, I'm low on phlogiston. I've got some chemicals. I wonder how much of that is randomness of what you find, or what missions give you, etc. And how much of it is set in stone, or based on mission choices. Don't know. A small planet, gently wrapped in amber forest, greets you with a ruby-colored dawn. Basil von dem Klerk, the local governor, gives the rogue trader a warm welcome. After several glasses of Damascene, the sweltering ruler asks if Ignatius von Valentius would like to keep him company during the upcoming hunt. Sure. I have no reason not to go hunting with the planetary governor. After several hours of riding the local peculiar animals, you make camp in the middle of a golden forest. Basil von dem Klerk points at the sky. A flat disc rises over the horizon, constantly morphing its color and shape. The forest grows silent and empty. You can no longer hear the singing of birds or even the rustle of wind. The governor nods with satisfaction, and a few shapes step into the clearing. Their bodies are twisted by an unknown phenomenon, and you watch the freaks with astonishment as they begin to dance to the throaty cackling of their brethren, turning the bony growths and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands towards the unnatural thing in the sky. Yeah, this seems very heretical. Ask the governor what's going on. Order your men to eliminate the mutants. Tempting, or watch in silence. Let's first ask what's going on before we decide to butcher all of you. The governor smiles coyly. You are about to see with your own eyes what is happening here. Do I just eliminate them without understanding? Or do I try and watch to understand in the hopes that there is an explanation that doesn't require me to butcher them? watched the freaks with astonishment as they began to dance to their throaty cackling of their brother, and turning their bony growth and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands towards the unnatural thing in the sky. So, my fear is that we're looking at gene stealers. Scaly flesh, bony growths. But you would think at this point, we've run into them enough times, I would hope that the game would say, okay, if you're running into gene stealers, Tyranids, whatever we want to call them, can't the game finally start telling me that's what they are, rather than just weird mutants? Because it's like, weird mutants I'm somewhat okay with. If they're gene stealers, I want them dead. I don't know. I'm going to watch in silence. I'm giving the governor the benefit of the doubt temporarily, with the hope that if it is heretical, I will get the option afterwards to remove them. Like, once I know more, can I still make that choice? I don't know. The hypnotic dance seemed to continue forever. The unfortunate creatures howled, whined, and convulsed, unable to tear their bleeding eyes from the celestial body. When the Pavonine disk outshone even the light of the local star, the physical shells of the things that used to be men burst, releasing beasts onto this plane that not even the most fluent and capable pen could describe. Basil von dem Klerk excitedly explains that the creatures you saw are the children of the great King of Distortion. It is he who is the true god and patron of these fertile grounds. Once every cycle, his chariot shines its light upon the world and bestows transformations upon his most ardent followers. The rogue trader may become one of his heralds. Yeah, execute on the spot. The true god and patron? Clearly he doesn't worship the god emperor, and that is grounds for death as a planetary governor. Execute the governor on the spot. Express the desire to become the herald of the King of Distortion. No. Thank the governor and leave the planet. Nope. You die on the spot. The governor's head separates from his neck with a distinctive squelch. Black and brown blood seeps into the soil beneath his corpulent body and is immediately transformed into a writhing tangle of worms that burrow deep into the ground with unnatural speed. You return to the ship, pondering what to do with the world, and more importantly, what to do with this King of Distortion. Order that the crew chart a course to the anomaly known as the King of Distortion, or leave the world alone. No, let's go to the King of Distortion. The senior officers observe suspicious activity emanating from the twisted celestial body at the heart of the system. The chaplain advises you to get ready for a potential encounter with spawn of the archenemy, so it may be wise to reconsider unless you have holy relics, sacred wards, or blessed effigies of the Emperor. Aflame with a plethora of colors, the distorted celestial disk trembles slightly beyond the endless window of the captain's bridge as the rogue trader's ship approaches its center. An otherworldly voice, cold and enveloping, enters your mind. What could this puny wretch possibly offer a king? I offer you nothing but death. The officers on the bridge look perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror and confusion. Many clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. Some empty their stomachs. But most, pale and exhausted though they are, have joined the Lord Captain in resisting the entity's influence. We took 10 physical damage to our ship. Ask who you're talking to. Command the entity to release the minds of the Amber Worlders from its grip. Say you wish to become the herald of the King of Distortion or leave the entity alone. Ask who you're talking to. An endless flow of images fills your consciousness. You see horrifying scenes of millions of tortured souls. Their screams rend your mind. Their pain pierces you with 1,000 red-hot needles. King, ruler, the one who is obeyed. That's all you can make sense of, although you see much more. Command the entity to release the minds of the Amber Worlders from its grip. The king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly from your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal. Yeah, I'm a sanctioned psyker. Headaches, etc. don't bother me. Attack the entity with every cannon on board. Order a ship-wide 1,000-voice prayer service over holy relics for the protection of Amberworld, the Imperium, and your own souls. Or leave. So this will cost us 1 cargo of holy gifts. I think that is the far more interesting option than just blasting it with every cannon. We will get everyone on the ship to start praying for the protection of this world and the Imperium. And we discovered holy gifts? We used holy gifts. Okay. Did I use holy gifts and gain 2 more cargo of holy gifts? Because if so, cool. Deafening gong strikes are heard across hundreds of decks. Your eyes are misted with red. Your gums bleed as your subjects fall to their knees all at once in a shared prayer to the God Emperor. The holy relics from the ship's temples melt from the ardor of your speech, and the entity screams and writhes inside your brain, struggling to break out. Acquired cargo 2 holy gifts. Many drop dead during the first minutes of prayer, unable to resist the corruption. However, others immediately take their place, unfazed by the sight of their fellows turning to dust in seconds. Then a nauseating stench engulfs the ship's decks like a wave, causing people to retch forth their innards. Finally, every deck is plunged into darkness. Ghosts of the past walk among the living, stealing breath from those weak of spirit, and still the prayer is not extinguished. It is hard to tell if the prayer service has lasted several hours or several days. At some point, you feel your very essence overflow with the heat and power, and then the intruding will falters. The distorted disc vanishes from the void ship's augers, as if it had never been there, and at long last, everything is quiet. As everyone slowly recovers from what just happened, reports begin to come in to the captain's bridge. You've lost a third of your crew in the unequal fight, and the fortunate survivors are going to take some time to come round. All hail the rogue trader. Unexplored. We can go back now. A golden forest of Amberworld, or the golden forests of Amberworld look enchanting, even from orbit. Proclaim yourself sovereign of Amberworld, demand tribute from Amberworld, or leave the world alone. We will proclaim ourselves the sovereign of Amberworld. If no other rogue trader has claimed it, I am going to. We can use our authority to enforce that sort of chaos worship to not happen again. And we get a mobile extractium. Nice. From that moment, the world belongs to the rogue trader alone. Your people eradicated the settlement's housing and unclean followers of the profane cult. The corruption instilled by the King of Distortion loosened its grip, and the estates of the Amberworld can breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the efforts of their new ruler. Yet malicious servants of the archenemy still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to wrap the planet in a web of heresy. Evil does not simply disappear without a trace. We will also demand tribute. They've given us nearly 1 cargo hold of provisions. And another mobile extractium, it looks like. Relieved to be free from the archenemy's yoke, the planet's subjects gratefully send you their humble gifts. So we now have 9 extractiums, it sounds like. And you're telling me there's another unseen event? No. No, we still have only 5. I thought we were up at like 7 before this started, then we just gained the 1 from here and then another one. Maybe I'm miscounting or misremembering. Either way, this sadly did not become another world of our protectorate, which is what I was hoping for. But I guess that's this whole system scanned. So we have an Eldari cache here. One of these was the system that we were told the Dark Eldars were waiting for us in. They gave us a specific name. I want to say it was Lapidus Mortis, but I'm not confident of that. And I think the quest just kind of says in these locations. Yeah. So they could be... Or maybe he said Cineris Malefictum. And he didn't give me the specific system. That could be as well. What are you? The corruption of hidden gene-stealer cults has permeated the Koronus Expanse. This contagion is a danger to all worlds, so its source must be discovered. The corruption of genetic aberrations could have spread across many worlds and ships. Each case of contamination must be documented. The cult of the Nourishers, tainted with genetic corruption, was discovered on the planet Jesavon. Yes. We don't know where else we will find them. And one of our companion quests, before I finish Chapter 2, because we are getting closer to ending it. Kiava Gamma, fine. Last Chance of Cyrene, I think, is where we are here. So, sure, let's make it unsafe. Don't want to waste too many of our points. And then travel to the Last Chance of Cyrene. The engine decks were transformed into exotic gardens. Several chambers sprouted foliage, vaguely resembling the plants on Terra. Although they exhibited a glass-like surface polished to mirror sheen. I thought it said grass. While reflections in the plants perfectly copied the surrounding objects, they did not show a single living being. Those who peered into them saw grotesque, blood-covered creatures instead, not unlike bloated abyssal fish with a pair of clawed limbs, sometimes more. Unable to destroy the sinister growth, the voidsmen covered it with plasteel hoods until leaving the Imperium, finally ridding the vessel of the corruption. By the God Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. Alright, is this where we're going to have our fight with the Drukhari? An unidentified object has been located in the system. The artifact reacts to our transmissions by releasing unknown radiation, most likely xeno origin. The cogs are reporting. If you want to get a closer look, we need to close the distance between the vessel and the object. So that's our xeno artifact. Is that going to be another warp gate for the Eldar? Here's our stash of the Children of Asaurian. I guess we might as well pick that up first. There's a Hulk over here with more loot. Scorpion Chainsword. So that is a one-handed Eldari weapon. Looks pretty good for, people that use Eldari weaponry, which is Jai and her. And she's definitely not a melee character. Cloak of Shadows. Whenever the wearer deals damage with an attack of opportunity, which is not very often, they gain the Shrouded effect. This effect does not stack. As long as the wearer has the Shrouded effect, when becoming the target of an attack, they automatically dodge after the Shrouded effect is removed. Huh. That doesn't seem terribly impressive either. Getting free dodge is nice, but it's only when you manage to do damage with an attack of opportunity. And we just don't have ways of making enemies provoke attacks of opportunity easily. This is tempting to use on really anyone. But I'm thinking my main character, because it means I wouldn't take the fire damage the first 3 times in combat, which could be cool. But I don't think that's critical. I think we'll just hold on to those things. I don't know if I'm going to use them necessarily. I think before I go to the Hulk, let's examine the planets first. Nothing here. This looks like it might be another burning world. Nope. More of nothing, an ash world. Promethium we don't need. It's another resource we have far too much of, and an event. At first, it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the yellow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications from the auger system informed the officers, there was a small colony that survived in spite of the harsh climatic conditions. All attempts to hail the colony have failed. Send out a scouting party or just leave it alone? Let's send out a scouting party. The explorers report the dismal conditions of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale. Their icy blue eyes see practically no color. Their language is rough and guttural, and their stomachs cannot tolerate anything except stew made from the local roots and mosses. And yet, they are subjects of the Imperium, still loyal to the Emperor. They have mistaken your people for his emissaries. I mean, we are the Emperor's emissaries, so it's not a mistake. Find out what happened to the world. The local elders woefully reminisce about times long gone. Most of them were still sheltered in their mother's wombs when the snow first settled on the verdant field. Hail ruined the crops, and frost hardened the soil. Plants and large beasts that could not sustain themselves were the first to go. They were soon followed by birds and other small animals. Most people in large cities perished, unable to warm themselves and their families. They say the governor and his entourage left the world in the first days of winter, taking all the provisions and fuel with them. No one responded to the pleas from this dying world. The stars remained deaf to the messages transmitted by the planet's Vox stations. These abandoned subjects of the Imperium still managed to save the machines and other valuables, but they were of little use without a supply of promethium. You have promethium. The planet has 4 promethium that can be mined. And yet, those who survived eventually adapted to the tribulations that the God Emperor had bestowed upon them. So they could have kept the machines running if they knew how to mine promethium. Taking the machinery from the colonists and abandon them to the freezing world? Wow! Give the unfortunate people a gift of promethium and send tech priests to perform the rites of generator maintenance, which will cost us 1 fuel, or abandon the freezing colony. I mean, I wish we could invite them to serve on our ship. You know, abandon this world because apparently the world's basically dying, and give them a home on our void ship, which may not be necessarily to the liking, but probably is better than the life they've lived. But if we can't bring them onto our ship, we will help them survive on their planet. So yeah, send some promethium and send down the tech priests to perform the rites of generator maintenance. When the maw of the first generator belched forth a furious roar of black ash, black ash started falling from the sky instead of snow, the locals laughed and danced. Trying to warm their limbs after decades of cold, they called down blessings upon their unseen savior, a rogue trader from the Von Valentius dynasty, and thanked the God Emperor for their fortuitous encounter. We gained 2 Mechanicus creations, 1 melee weapon cargo, half full, and then 75% of a armor kit. The explorer's departure was accompanied by shouts of grateful approval, not to mention their many parting gifts. Okay. Cool. Let's, again, avoid the Xeno artifact for now. Check out the Hulk, which just has some ship components. Nice and simple. Alright, Xeno artifact. Are we going to fight our space battle here? It doesn't show that there's a battle here, but this definitely looks like an alien. Yeah, webway gate. Region, Cineris Maleficum. Material, internal void ship communications log. Lookout. Bridge, we have an unknown object dead ahead. Not an asteroid, clearly artificial in nature, but it's larger than Footfall Station. Bridge, copy that. Report relayed to officer on duty and pilots. Lookout, expect visual soon. Bridge, we have visual. What the? Incoherent whispering. Bridge, lookout, this is the Voxmaster. I'm adding the pilots, senior officers, and the Lord Captain to this channel. His Lordship wishes to assume personal command. Lord Captain, we have requested intel on the object from the Augur Ray module, waiting their response. Lord Xenos succeeded. Lord Captain on the line. No need to engage the augurs. I know what it is. It's called a webway gate. Or we can do a tech use. Lord Captain on the line. What do the augurs show? Lord Captain on the line. What is the senior officer's take on this? Lord Captain on the line. We won't investigate. All weapons fire on the object. Ha! Let's get away from the thing. So yeah, Pascal was able to make that check, so it didn't have to be us. It's called a webway gate. Officer Station, Van Calix here. What we see before us is a webway gate, an artifact that Xenos used to get to their sorceress realm, so to speak. It allows Eldari to get around the sector quickly and serves as a hideout for their most unpleasant tribe, the Drukhari, whom we have already met. Officer Station, Iliad here. This gate is just like the one you saw on the Lelathan. The children of Asurian wander the void through such constructs, erected in ancient times. Any ship that passes through such a portal will enter a tangle of paths fathomable to none but my kin. Tech use, is there an auger report? I mean, we already said we don't need an auger report, I already know what it is. But I guess we can then ask, but did we get one anyway? Is there an auger report? According to available data, the object consists of an unknown material foreign to the Imperium. We are registering an unknown class of energy profile. The engineers are at a loss about how this technology works exactly, but they did specify that the ergonometry suggests that the system is holding an active charge. The object appears ready to do whatever it was designed to do. What is the senior officer's take on this? Ben Calix here. What we see before us is a webway gate. Yes. You're just repeating yourselves, that's fine. Can we activate this device somehow? Ugh. All weapons fire on the object. Enough mysteries. We're changing course and moving out. Would I want to just immediately fire on this? It would protect us from the Drukhari more so. It would probably also prevent the Asurian. We found the Asurian's cache of resources here, so it sounds more likely that this was used by the Asurian rather than the Drukhari, but we don't actually know that. Could we activate the device somehow? Requesting response from the Engineerium. Bridge, apologies, Lord Captain. The tech priests have refused even to consider such a possibility. It would be a violation of the Omnisci's tenets and an extremely dangerous undertaking. Perhaps a certain companion of yours could. Officer Station, even if I knew the secrets of this gate, I would never surrender it to the Monkey. Webway is our kin's sacred refuge and a deadly trap to those such as you, Alantok. Do we fire on the object? How much is that going to annoy Iliad? I think it makes the most sense. The Drukhari are the big enemies, and trying to help out Iliad, we don't know about if there are even any others of her kind. Leaving that big of a, essentially, gate, as what it is, directly into this sector for enemies of humanity is a risk I don't see much benefit in taking. All weapons fire on the object. Lord Captain's orders, destroying the object, activate batteries, targeting, firing, 3, 2, 1, confirming contact with the object, good thrown, bridge report. No effect. I don't know what that thing is made of, but our weapons are powerless against it. Interesting. Well, then I guess enough mysteries. We're changing course and moving out. Yes, Lord Captain, maneuvering engines, changing course. There's a report from the engineers on the auger deck. Detecting an energy spike of an unknown nature. Cogitator network overloaded. Peripheral systems offline. Confirming visual changes. The gate. What is that? Lord Captain, we are detecting activity near the object. Observations indicate that the signatures are very similar to ships. Lord Captain, xenos ships. Yeah. Drukhari just came out. So, is this where he asked us to have our fight with him? Right at a gate where they can just call in more reinforcements. That's probably bad. I mean, we did say it was going to be a trap that he had stacked in his odds. Like, stacked the odds in his favor. So battle stations fire the sacred ordnance on one of the targets. Or pull back, prepared for a warp jump. I'm tempted to run for now. Because we could try this. which we would succeed. Go to battle stations. Demolitions, we would likely succeed. But a fight here feels silly at the moment. Like, I'd rather check out the other system first, if possible. Then maybe we can come back here. But I assume if we succeed at this check, which we're going to, we get some sort of bonus in the fight that we wouldn't if we just went there and fought them. Oh, this is such a bad idea. Let's go into the fight. We can run from a fight, I think. I've never figured out how, but I believe it's a thing. Oh, it's such a bad idea. Battle stations. Coercion test succeeded. Lord Captain's orders. Prepare for maneuvering. Shields to max. Engines to max. Fire on the enemy. On my mark only. Wait, what is that? Lord Captain, alert. Another xenos ship inbound. Must be a boarding party. Bridge, what? Where did it come from? Look, it was hiding nearby. It closed in undetected while we were distracted by the construct. It's right by us. It's aiming for the engines module. Lord Captain, emergency. Confirming contact with the enemy ship in the engine area. Confirm. Okay, are we having a battle with Drukhari in our engine bays before we then deal with the ship-to-ship battle?
Their efforts will be for naught.
No, we're starting with the ship-to-ship battle. Do we... Because I know there's a penalty we can apply to others of having ongoing damage in the engines because of people landing on board. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case. So that's our ally. We've got the two of them. And that's everyone currently in this fight. They have their shields up, so if we want good accuracy, we need to be within 2 squares. So that hits them. That obviously can hit them. With these... If I was here... No, that wouldn't hit. Though I could potentially strafe. Or I could strafe now, shove myself over here, then move forward to say like here. Hopefully get the close range benefits for accuracy. Because right now, yeah, we're 26%. So if we got to like here, somewhere in there to get the close range bonuses, that should still allow us to turn, hit them with one of our sides. 4 shots doing 21, 3 shots doing 33. Or we could do the Ionic Blast to take out their shields. Which is tempting. Alright, yeah, we're going to do that. Let's strafe over to here. Just to start out with. Then if we go here, is that going to be close enough for the short range shot percentage? I'm hoping so. It is not. So we need to get a little bit closer. We're wanting to shoot with the right side, so let's... we go here. Oh, right, that's... that stops us from being able to hit with our front gun. Okay, if I went here, then I probably have to end there. I don't know if I'd be able to get my shot angle. I think I'm just gonna have to take this one at a low chance, which makes me sad. Because I need to end up like here. Yeah. I think we just got to take this shot where we are, which is a shame.
This one goes down.
Hey, we got a hit. Nearly destroyed. Okay. I didn't realize you had no health. Only 60 health. Okay. Well, that changes things a bit. So if we go here, I guess we just fire. Only 26% still. That's definitely close enough that that should overcome your shields. What's going on? The shadow field. Enemies suffer a minus 25% chance to hit when attacking from within 2 cell range. 75 penalty chance to hit when attacking from outside that range. Surely that counts as being within the 2 cells. If I was here, still 26. Yeah, I don't understand that. I mean, we need to do 3 damage, so I might as well go for the 4. Oh, I can't. Obviously, I can't shoot from that side. Well, might as well go for this. I don't know why you're still at the 26%. Maybe if I actually complete the move, the numbers will update. There we go. Yeah, 63 now. Okay, fine, whatever.
Fire right now!
There you go. You're done. You're facing forward. If I warped ahead, I don't think I'm gonna... No, I'm not gonna be at an angle where I could actually shoot you with that one, unfortunately. But I would be close enough that I should be able to hit you with this. So let's have you warp forward. Yeah, barely out of range there. But this will hit 63%.
Another victory of 2 great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Okay. New ship showed up. We are top of the initiative. Fun. Let's go here. Kind of do what we just did.
This one's going down.
So you're nearly dead. Then that'll give me that shot. Or do I go for the 4 shots? I think I go for the 4 damage. Or the 4 shots. It's being the better choice. So you go there, take those shots.
Another victory for the Von Valencia's dynasty.
Okay, we've got another enemy showing up. They're all really weak ships, which I'm not terribly upset by, but I am moderately confused by. So I could make that turn to get myself lined up. Possibly even warp jump to get closer if I need to, but I doubt I will. I could instead go with this. Have maybe a different angle. No, I think this probably makes the most sense.
Onward.
Just go there. We'll use our forward shot as usual.
Lead them.
A lot less damage, unfortunately.
This one's going down.
They pale before our mastery of the void.
How many of you am I going to have to kill? Because I'm not really struggling. It's just going through a lot of you.
Lead them. Fire the lance batteries. Enemy contact. All hands, make ready to unleash our fury.
Alright, where are you? Okay, now we're on to a bigger ship, but still only 90 health. If I'm here, yep, you're definitely within that range, and that range. So I guess we just keep doing what we're doing.
This one goes down.
There's a good amount of damage. You also didn't put on your shadow field.
Fire the lance batteries.
Nearly dead, but not quite. I could warp forward. I guess I shall. Yeah. Maybe I should have done warp wave. See if I could have killed them just by warp turning them. That might have been the smarter call. 'Cause that doesn't really help me getting up here.
Torpedoes locked.
Launch a boarding party. We haven't tried that yet. Left him at 1 hit point. That is a shame. And yeah, there's nothing I can do to help out with any of that. Okay. So that's the end of our turn. You guys, take a shot, please.
None will lament their demise. A worthy deed.
That was an incredibly easy fight. Here I was scared about having to deal with the Drukhari here at this gate. And they were zero threat. Lord Captain, we have dealt with the void ships of these beasts, but a xenos boarding party has landed on the ship. They are advancing steadily towards the plasma drive. The enforcers are being overrun. They are asking for reinforcements. If we do not help them, this filth will destroy our vessel from the inside. Yeah, let's take all of our main team. Yeah, I think all of you guys make sense for a boarding of Drukhari against us. So we'll just keep going with the same team again. There's something to be said for bringing Cabela instead, but no. I think both Abelard and Heinrichs make sense.
I must thank you, esteemed Magos. After your intervention, I feel 50 years younger. Both my knee implants are as good as new.
I agreed to help out of respect for the priceless array of augmentations placed in your body. Such sacred creations deserve the best maintenance available.
A new challenge for me?
Lacerated bodies and tattered coveralls bearing the initials of the void ship's dynasty that serves this section. So we can go down to you guys, or explore over this way first, which is where I'm going. Ooh, we could jump over this section to potentially get to a different angle of attack, maybe a better angle of attack. That's what I'm hoping, is that we get some benefit for going through this.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
None shall stand in my way.
Logic cut off the power. Huh. Is there some reason I don't want the power on? I suppose so. Alright, Pascal, turn off power.
The machine god grants me insight
I mean, that was sparking, so maybe that was as we couldn't have walked through here safely while the power was on. More monkey. Look, my kin, they can't wait to die. Yeah, we're not the ones who's gonna die. What's taking so long with the engine? The monkey are already here. Do not rush me, or we will perish alongside them.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
So there's probably a time limit that we're supposed to get over there to stop them. Cabalite Sapper, Cabalite Blade Master, Cabalite Warrior, Warrior, Heavy Blade Master, Blade Master. Anyone else I haven't seen? Anyone with a name is really what I'm wondering. Looks like a no. They're all just nameless warriors. Okay. We have so little cover here. This is a terrible spot. I mean, once you're dead, we'll be in a better spot, I suppose. It's a bit of a dangerous spot to put you in, but okay. Pascal, let's get you forward. Do I have you just work on taking out these guys? Sure. Heinrichs. Abelard. You can put Abelard in some cover. It's not a terrible plan. There's not really a good way to get him over to here to deal with them. They're going to be a bit of a problem. Because either we take this ladder, or we wander all the way around to get down to here. Although they're... Okay, you're a swords person, so you're going to be charging up to get to us anyway. You've got a gun. Alright, on to our people. I think you being here in this full cover makes sense. And I guess I'll stand in the open and try not to die. Sure. I think that is somewhat reasonable positionings. Cassius first, of course. Let's give a crit bonus to you two.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Though I think Ignatius is going to move forward. Front line. I guess let's just go with here. And then back line for the dodge bonus. There. Now, our usual of buffing Ignatius. More buffing of Ignatius. Then bring it down.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
So that he can buff himself.
All too easy.
Let's do a run and gun. Alright, I can get to cover. Depending on what you consider cover. But that's not terrible. I could actually go here instead. That might not be bad. Just to give Cassie a bit more protection. By putting myself there. But then, do you have a gun? Hold on a moment. Are you a gun or a sword? Warrior. But you have a gun. So you're not going to get attacks of opportunity for me using psychic powers next to you. Perfect. Then yes, let's move here. I guess deal with you because you're a bit too close for comfort. Who do we have that's actually dangerous based on difficulty levels? Can we see? Why are the numbers not showing on any of them? Why is everything suddenly black? There we go. Because normally they show and I can click on them and see that one's a 2, but why is it not showing it there? 3. 3. 3, 3. 3. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone that... Oh, the heavy is a 4. Okay, but you only have 85 health? What about the Blade Master? Blade Master's only 2. Okay, so the heavy, wherever you're hiding, you are ranked as the most dangerous person here. Can I hit you? Barely no. You're 1 square outside the range of my attack. Well, darn. Now I feel silly for going there rather than here. Alright, then let's just take out this guy that's near us.
Nothing I can't do.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
Yeah, you're not going to educate me in the art of pain. You're going to die soon. Back to Cassia's turn. Man, I don't even know where our melee people are going to run to. That one's going to die right away. Is there any grouping that I can have fun with? Not really. Can you see these people? You can't see that one, so you could just make this one move. You could get both of them. I suppose let's go for that. Get them to both move. Make that the new front line. Why not? Alright, Iliad. Who do you have shots on? Lots of people. Yeah, that heavy is marked as the highest. Hey, there we go. Now they've got their numbers on them. Brilliant. So the heavy is the only 4. Well then, let's mark it as prey.
If I must.
So you're now prey. Analyze enemies on you.
Serves your cause.
We don't guarantee the kill with this shot, but likely with Claim the Bounty, we will get the kill. We'll get good bonuses for killing... Left at 1, of course. So we'll get good bonuses for killing someone marked as prey. There you go. Sadly, not any good way for me to get another... Oh, I should have done perfect spot, because I'm going to have you standing here for a while. That might have been enough to... Does that give us bonuses to attack? Perception and ballistics, so maybe it would have helped with the crit? I don't know. Might have helped get the kill in a single shot. I can't say for certain. I don't know. Who do we have left? Sure, if you... 112, 112, you're both Blade Masters. Yeah, if you are still alive on your turn,
Not your xenos pet monkey.
we'll take a free shot there. Why not?
I bring agony.
Look upon me... what was the name there that you said? Look upon me, Kalea Mensha Kane. Alright. Abelard's turn. You are still alive, in fact. And you're not actually going to die. 30 fire, and you have 36 health. I could have Abelard finish you off, and I might do that because he can't get to anyone else this turn.
Follow my lead.
So we'll put you back here. I think this spot, we're going to charge from after this attack, so being in the closest to them spot makes the most sense. So you can finish them off. Okay.
Exemplary strike.
Technically not quite, but they'll die on their turn. And then charge to here. Perfect.
Indeed.
Good. If I did endure, I couldn't do another attack. And another attack is probably better, although I could endure and defensive stance. Is that better than just getting another attack in? Because this isn't going to kill them. Not even close. Okay, we'll do endure and defensive stance.
At your beck and call.
And that's probably better than getting one more attack this turn. Oh. We got into cutscene mode briefly. That was weird. I'm guessing it's something to do with this guy. Did they have a turn? I have no idea. Well, let's go top of the initiative to who went last. Polite Specialist, Warrior. Yeah, the Sapper went pretty recently. So the Sapper probably had a cutscene on his turn, but the camera was stuck into the wall, and so I couldn't actually see what they were doing. So maybe I should turn the camera this way. Not that I think it'll matter. Pascal will deal with them soon enough. Okay, for ourselves... and we could just basically finish the two of them off. Or we could move somewhere else to get other attacks going, but I think finishing the two of you off makes sense. Does that end my movement? No, it ends my actions, so I could still walk around afterward. So I might want to move up to here. High momentum, always good. Could also go here so that I can focus on taking out this warrior. And specialist. That might leave me open to the specialist attack. Do you have a... I think I already checked. You have a gun. Yeah. So I do want cover from you. I don't even know if I would be able to shoot you from where you are. Just trying to find a spot where I get cover from both of them, and there just isn't anything. Except for maybe back here, but I don't know if I'd be able to see them. Alright, just go here, I suppose.
Let's see how they respond to this.
I could give myself another attack right now. But then we probably won't have it when we get to Cassie's turn. We might, though. We might. We probably won't. I doubt Heinrichs or Pascal are in positions to kill enough enemies to get our thing back up. So no, I'll be fine to just end my turn here. Alright, Heinrichs, what can I do with you? Because unfortunately the enemies are all too far away. I could move you here and have you start charging this way to try and get over to some of them. Or I could head you this way to try and help Pascal. It's not a bad call. Yeah, you could easily get over there.
Everyone, step aside.
Let's go with Word of the Emperor on both of us. I don't think we're going to hit anyone else with it. Can't really tell. No, there's no one else over there to hit.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Word of the Emperor, Iron Arm. There you go. Then you can charge in.
Naturally.
Get a solid hit. 33 to 42 damage or 18 to 24. Or I could technically use force weapon. What is your psi rating, Heinrichs? I would have thought you'd have a good psi rating, but you also don't do much damage, so part of me is thinking you don't. But I don't see where that number hides. I thought it was visual on here. I don't know. I could find it in your character sheet. Psi rating 3, yeah. So this should do a good amount of damage. Do I think I can finish him off in a single blow? If I use this. This is just showing the weapons damage, not the additional damage from the psi effect. Probably not.
Let's see to it. Your reckoning.
I definitely stand corrected. Well now.
I won't object.
Might as well use that. Pascal. Let's see what you can do here.
Calculated Fury algorithm. Running binary override.
Fortunately, a lot of his effects are based upon getting bonuses from people already being injured or on fire or whatever. We just don't have that at the moment.
My vow is to serve.
Reckless Abandon, then heal yourself.
Security factor.
And then I think all we can do is just attack. Let's go for bleeding.
Running binary encompasses equation. Your life is in negligible.
Nice.
The undesired.
There we go. You're dead, so that's not going to blow up. And that'll be the end of your turn, Pascal. Cassia.
In the name
Give a free turn to
of
Ignatius,
Counsel
please.
Serio, I shall prevail.
Let's start by lighting everyone on fire, as we do. Because I don't think we auto-kill... Oh, you can't see him? Well, that's disappointing. Is there a position where I can see you? Let's pull out the gun temporarily so I can see attack lines. No. I can see attacks to the 3 other enemies that are still on the field. No. Don't need that. There, from here you can see, but you're super exposed. But we're probably going to end the fight regardless from here. So, go there. Switch back to... I really need to get him a new warp staff. This is the one he's had the entire game. Let's light you on fire. If I did the melta beam, is it a guaranteed kill? It is. I should have just... No. We can do ignite. It'll nearly kill you. Do that on each enemy. And then we just do inflame to finish killing them all. Alright, then we have you. And then there's one more enemy. Is that you? No, you killed your enemy. There were 4 lines to enemies. Who was the last one? You. No, Oh, you. You are in the wall. Right. I saw them sort of jump down here over this ledge and into that, and I was confused. But yeah, they're just inside of there. Somehow. That's fine. I can still hit you. My momentum's back. Perfect. Inflame on everyone. There you go. Okay, cutscene that we again can't see anything. Surviving crew member. A man in an officer's uniform is kneeling and scrabbling around in the mess of blood and dirt on the floor. As soon as you draw near, you hear his feverish muttering, "No, no, no, where is he? Where's my son?" The lower half of the officer's face is grimy, with some strange substance too pale and lumpy to be blood. The officer pays you no attention. His eyes are fixed on the floor. Wait, he's an operational officer from Deck 67-3, not from one of the local clans, which is why I remember him. He helped me bring up the new recruits from the planet. What is he doing here? I guess let's examine the officer's face. Why are you here and not at your assigned deck? Point to the patch on the man's sleeve. Your crew's not stationed in this section. Explain yourself. How did you survive the massacre? What are you doing? Let's examine his face. You take another step toward the man and peer into his face. Blue veins bulge under his scab-mottled skin, and his bloodshot eyes are darting in every direction, sometimes rolling back into his head so that only the whites are visible. The strange stuff covering the officer's face is a lumpy pink slime mixed with blood that is streaming from his disfigured nose. Why are you here and not on your assigned deck? Something shifts in the officer's expression, and the feverish gleam in his eyes goes out. Tacitus, my boy. Swamp devils dragged him off. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm looking for my son. The Emperor's valiant guards came to save my boy. I showed them where the swamp devils dragged Tacitus. I led them right here, like they asked. They'll make short work of the nest of these beasts, and I'll keep looking for my boy in the meantime. Master, will you help? The man's face contorts in a monstrous grimace, a mixture of pain, hope, and madness. I'm just wondering. He says the guards came to save his boy and he led them here. Did they somehow confuse him and he was leading the Eldari here? Maybe? I don't know. Because there's no guards here. I'll be damned if this officer has a son. Perhaps he did once, but he embarked without any family in tow. Abelard sighs heavily. He's cracked, the poor wretch. I believe this monkey is not here by chance. He has been in the clutches of the Dark Ones. If his current state may be the bitter fruit of time spent alongside those masters of torment and madness. Your son is not here. There are no guards here. You're on board the rogue trader's vessel, knee-deep in xenos blood and entrails. Stammered the Lord Captain, speaking to your worm. Your spawn truly is somewhere around here. The only way you will find him is in pieces. Yeah, I'm not going to say his son is not here. I don't want to hurt his mental sanity anymore. There are no guards here. You are on board the rogue trader's vessel, knee-deep in xenos blood and entrails. I don't understand. Xenos? What Xenos? For an instant, awareness returns to the officer's eyes, and he seems to see his surroundings for the first time. His face slowly stills in horror. Emperor, preserve us. The man sneezes, and the lower half of his face is coated anew in the slime streaming from his nose. The officer casts you a pleading look. What is this nightmarish scene? I was leading the Emperor's guards to the swamp devil's nest across the marshlands of my homeworld, but instead of that, I was showing the way to them. He points at the corpse of a xenos with a trembling hand. Hallucinations? A heretical mirage? The guards, they weren't very chatty. One of them called me something strange. Monkey, I think? I heard them talking among themselves, something about seizing the ship. Don't let them through. Through to where? I don't know. Oh, it's coming over me again. Tell me about these hallucinations. When did they start? Seems you were not in your right mind. I don't know what happened to you, but you led Xenos to the very heart of this vessel and almost killed us all. I mean, not really. They weren't that close. Let's be real. You were clearly seriously injured. You must be taken to the infirmary. I'll string your skinned corpse on the main deck as a warning to other traders. I mean, he's not really a traitor. Tell me about the hallucinations. When did they start? I don't remember. It's so strange. It's like I'm here and I'm there at the same time, but I remember many watches ago, a visit from a guardsman after the swamp devils attack. It seemed. He treated my injuries, did something to my face, and said that his comrades would come and do what they had to do. And when the rest of them came, they told me to show them the way to the nest. But we're on the ship. Where did I take them? A furrow appears between Heinrich's brow as he considers this. It sounds like a mental distortion, the work of Xenos. Drukhari are capable of ensnaring their prey without shackles or fettles. They twist and violate their victim's mind using unholy instruments. Your subject has been forced to experience a nightmare from the past in order to wreak a nightmare upon the present. Perilous mouth twists. Our cousins are adept at creating concoctions that turn sentient beings into mere beasts shrieking in agonizing pain. Sometimes the effect is quick, sometimes it leaves just enough time for the victims to divulge all that they know. Abelard clutches his head. Motive force strike me down. I think I've got it. The xenos that the crew smoked out during the recent warp jump. This poor madman must have taken him for a guardsman. Remember, Lord Captain, the enraged Drukhari, who had bent several crew members to his will? I don't? The xenos that the crew smoked out during a recent warp jump. It's not sounding familiar to me. Interesting. The interrogator's face takes on a strange expression, stoic sufferance and grim humor. How many more like him are roaming the decks, waiting for their new masters to give them an order? At least they do not have any means of remote communication. A small comfort, but comfort nonetheless. Seems you're not in your right mind. I don't know what happened to you, but you led the xenos. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just say you weren't in your right mind. I haven't decided what I want to do with him, because if he's potentially still able to be taken under their control the next time they show up, then probably we need to deal with him so he's not a potential problem in the future. But I'm unsure. You're not in your right mind. I think you're right, your lordship. Reason has fled me. I can't hold out even now. I can see the marsh where Tacitus vanished just behind you. The man's face twists in a mask of pain and grief, and a powerful spasm racks his body. Iconoclast, let the officer slip into the hallucinations. I think I hear your son calling you. Heretical, leave the officer between the two worlds. I want to watch the scum suffer. Or dogmatic, execute the traitor. In the name of the Emperor, death to all heretics. Ugh. I like the idea of putting him out of his misery. He's not really a heretic. He's a victim. But I guess in 40k that's one and the same. Yeah, I definitely, morally, I side with the Iconoclast more, but I don't necessarily hate the dogmatic. It's stronger than I would term it, but the outcome is kind of the same. I would think more mercy kill rather than execute, but... Or do I just go with the Iconoclast? Let him slip into the hallucination. I don't like that because the hallucination is Xenos work. So the idea of just saying, yeah, join that Xenos hallucination. Now, we're going to go with the dogmatic, even though I don't fully like exactly how it is. In the name of the Emperor, death to all heretics. In one sudden movement, the man falls at your feet, an expression of stoic acceptance frozen on his face. You bend over the body. Despite the numerous bloodstains on his skin and clothes, the officer had not been seriously wounded. The only noticeable injury is on his face. His nose is disfigured, and a red, slimy substance is streaming from it, staining his mouth and chin. Contact the Voxmaster. Take the body to the infirmary and try to identify the cause of this madness, or put the body in an airlock along with all the others. No, we can try and figure out what's going on. Maybe it can help us deal with it, or track it down in others.
Follow my lead!
No, no better at searching.
Alright, long splinter rifle. I don't necessarily care. 18 to 22, actually. No, that's... sounds pretty good. How does that compare to... You can't use... Oh, you don't have Drukhari weapon proficiency yet. You just have Eldari proficiency. It is... Let's see. So if we get the toxic damage and we factor that in, we can say that it's doing 24 to 28 damage. Kind of. Oops. Additional hit chance, 10% rather than 20. We lose the dodge reduction. so enemies might dodge more. But it does its attacks for single AP and has the potential burst fire for 2 shots. Oh, the range of 12 though, that kind of sucks. I definitely like her having longer range because we've needed it many times. No, I think I'm going to keep her using the Wanderer's Portent. The long splinter rifle though is tempting, but I didn't realize it was a 12 range. And we'd need to get the Drukhari proficiency. Let's see. We've already looked at that and we don't care. Examine the charge.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
This bomb produces short electromagnetic pulses that disables power grids and devices. It is strong enough to take out the power of a whole city district or several voidship sections. Then let's defuse it, please.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Charge has been successfully defused. It is amusing that we're just like, hey, Eldari have set a bomb. Iliad, we trust you to deal with the bomb that they've placed on our ship, that Eldari have placed on our ship. Obviously, we recognize that she's a different branch of Eldari, but still. Many would not trust her.
Victory awaits!
We have over here. Even from behind the meters-thick wall of the reactor, you can hear the breath of the mighty plasma beast that sets the void ship in motion. Well, hopefully that wasn't the full plan of the Eldaris, with their attempting to surprise us. Because... yeah. We dealt with their space attack super easy. And we dealt with this attack pretty easy. Judging by the bodies of the Xenos, the void ship's crew fought the raiders with some amount of success. Well, good job, guys. Pascal, please unlock that.
Operation successful.
And I think that is everything in here. Back to the bridge.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This is a long load. There we are. Back on the bridge. We are reaching the end of my streaming time, so I think I want to go around and talk to all of my crew, because it's been a while since we've done it, just to see if anything new shows up. Alright, I don't need to know who you are, so take my leave. Argenta, anything new from you?
Greetings.
Thanks for the conversation. Cassia. That's where I must leave.
I have enjoyed.
Maybe there's not anything new. It's been a while, so I was hoping someone might have something new to say. Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Information that would be of interest? Alright.
Lord Captain.
Nothing from
Lord
Abelard. Sarbak. Nothing from you. Heinrichs. What about you?
To what do I owe this visit?
I'm bored of Iliad. I would like to hand the Xenos over to the Inquisition. Wow. I want the Inquisition to take care of Idira. Rid me of her. We're gonna not use either of those. Nothing from you. I'm still holding off on replacing the portrait until I finally am officially named Rogue Trader on forgot the name of our main planet.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale?
Sky smiles brighter than any star you've seen. We could ask her if her heart has been claimed by some lucky fellow, but I think I'm going to keep holding off on that.
I have no doubt you will.
Because that feels like it's romance, and I've already chosen to romance someone. Ooh.
90% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual.
We have new dialogue. Pascal raises his eyes from a data slate connected to an augmetic. The augmetic used to be housed inside the skull of Tarsus, the tech priest who perished on your ship. Have you found anything out? Are you not surprised that Armanat's words had such an effect on Opticon 22? Right, Tarsus being the tech priest who was tasked to hunt down and eliminate Pascal for being a heretic. Have you found anything out?
The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly.
He gave up the impression of a paranoid madman. Very true.
Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmetics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness.
Okay.
In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity.
Cool. So, the guy that we killed was correct in his assumption that something screwy is going on. He blamed Pascal, but Pascal is saying somewhere in the tech priest fraternity is some malevolent agent who caused them to have matching identification codes. Who do you think was behind the assassination?
No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarsus and my own identical identifiers.
Okay.
I am concerned about the fate of Archmagos Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arc Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy.
And is that conspiracy the same conspiracy that ended up with you having an identical identification code? You rented too. Remember our meeting on Rykad Minoris and the people who posed as heretics?
This statement is true. There were also the bodies we discovered in the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium. of unknown infiltrators who had posed as members of the cult of the Final Dawn. There is merit to the hypothesis that all carriers of Magos Haneman's identification code are targets of persecution.
Yeah, but there shouldn't be, like, all carriers. There shouldn't be multiple carriers of a single identification code. Are you not surprised that Amernat's words had such an effect on Opticon 2-2?
I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amernat's teaching was in explorator circles. The Cognizance fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron.
Amernat was a believer, and he caused a schism. Tarzus was a believer, and he turned into a zealot. Faith can be dangerous. I mean, yes, but we're also dogmatic, so we recognize that zealotry is normal. Schisms aren't great, but they happen. But I don't want to talk someone out of faith. I'm going to say it anyway.
Of course, faith is dangerous. Faith is the prerogative of the spirit, and a spiritless mind is an enemy of all existence. Without faith, there is no meaning in anything, no point to any aspirations or limitations. But faith can take different forms.
Pascal looks at you askance, and the voice from his Vox synthesizer takes on an otherworldly profundity.
The form of prohibitions established by unknown elders. The form of an audacious violation of those prohibitions. The form of following dogma or of schism. The form of following the cycle or of discontinuing the cycle. In a system with two courses of action, schism is inevitable. And only one of these paths will be true, as truth is discreetly separate from untruth.
Pascal's visor seems to almost pierce you with its glow. Did Amernat believe the elders to be in error? Only a fool would find no flaws in the creed, but true faith lies in not looking for flaws. My faith is more than a mere set of rules. It consists of ideals, which sometimes come into conflict with dogma, and I have been given the gift of will to set the dogma straight. I prefer to believe in myself and my own abilities to decide independently what is right. Faith is just the shackles of obedience. It is good for controlling my subordinates, but not good enough to control me. I'm not ready for religious debate. Did Amernat believe the elders to be in error?
Amernat did not reject any one specific prohibition, but found their cumulative effect to be oppressive. The system of rigid limitations had confined seekers of knowledge to a circular track, spelling doom for the thinking mind. And that cycle of repetition had to be broken. That was why he was dubbed the Messiah of Discontinuing.
Makes sense. So yeah, there's the viewpoint of recognizing that a belief that people hold is going to have flaws in it, but faith is in believing it regardless, and just assuming that the flaws you see are things you don't understand and not to go picking at them. But that the truth is still true, even if something looks like a flaw. There's that viewpoint. There's also the viewpoint of moving towards an ideal where you can say that your faith is more than a set of rules. It consists of ideals, which sometimes come in conflict with dogma. And in our case, we are... as a rogue trader, we are above the common man, where we don't have to necessarily follow the dogma 100%. Given the gift of will to set the dogma straight. Yeah, it's... I mean, that's kind of where Amernat was coming from as well. That recognizing that the rules show a problem, and so taking the effort to look at the truth and try and set things straight, even if it does go against the general belief. So Pascal probably also believes that. And I would say to some extent our character does as well. We don't perfectly follow all the rules. We do what feels best towards our role as a rogue trader, even though it necessarily doesn't fully follow what the layperson has to do for faith. I don't like the believe in myself and my own ability. That's not really the dogmatic belief in God Emperor view. Same with that. I think I'm going to go with 3. That we are likewise trying to find a viewpoint of what feels right, even if it isn't perfectly in line with the established creed.
The Omnissiah has bestowed upon us the supreme mission, the quest for knowledge. The fact of its existence confirms that reason is yet to comprehend and quantify the universe in its entirety. This precludes the existence of any prohibition that could be considered universally relevant. All limitations need their exceptions, yet exceptions belie the inviolability of prohibitions.
Okay. Yeah, if their viewpoint is they need to acquire all knowledge, but anything that they don't know is considered heretical, that does create a problem. Obviously, some things like when we told him, hey, try and turn on the Xenos web gate, or a gate to the webway, they were just like, no. That we know is heretical and we're not going to do it. But ancient humankind technology that we don't understand, archaeotech, some tech priest would probably say turning it on and trying to figure it out is heretical. And it seems for him, he's just like, no, that's lost knowledge we want to acquire. Pascal's voice takes on a thoughtful tone, and its otherworldly might peters out. Well, perhaps you'll be able to find out more.
I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
Well, thank you. I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Alright. Who else do we have to talk to? There is no one down here. I thought there was. Okay. Then down here we have Cabela. Always stabbing herself.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence.
I must take my leave.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Alright, we did finish her quest. So hopefully she has something to say. Which was just picking up some treasure. She does not. I must take my leave. We go back to our quests. So we have Secrets of the Cult, which is our last companion quest, which is for Heinrichs on Kiava Gamma. Let's see. New ruler. Complete a development project to the highest difficulty in any colony. We have done that, which makes me assume that 3 is not the highest level, and at some point that's going to increase. Judge proposes the rogue trader and she celebrate her acquisition of the Mercatum Tabulae Officiale with her crew on Footfall. Okay, we need to go to Footfall for that. Gamma Gamma for the U. Gamma Gamma. That's the last location in this set of 3 star systems. And then find out more about the gene stealers. We don't know where to go for that. Okay. We are making progress. Finishing up the quests that we have. Yeah, I'd forgotten we need to go back to Footfall. We were in the area. We could have taken care of that at the time. So that's a bit of a shame. I have an urgent message from Dargonus, Lord Captain. Our astropaths are receiving numerous transmissions, but no, these aren't ordinary messages. Each and every one of them is a plea for help. Dargonus is reporting a massive xenos raid, and every mental image transmuted is wreathed in flame. That's bad. The astropathic choirmaster is struggling to determine when exactly the invasion began, but all signs point to it happening shortly after your departure to the Cineris Maleficum. Any delay condemns the world to even greater suffering. Your people are begging for immediate aid. I mean, I guess I could create a path there. As an option. But probably jump back there. Means we're leaving this behind, which is a shame. But I don't really feel that there's any benefit to having a shortcut path here in the long run, and it would cost me 5 of my 9 points. So I'm assuming going back the normal way isn't going to upset them. Hello? Or maybe it is going to cause problems. Because something's happening. Maybe I should have saved first. Instead of admiring themselves, monkeys should direct their gaze to the world around them more often. What was that statue? Also, what are you doing in my quarters? Did I give you permission? The stuffed corpse of a Slith, a bizarre xenobeast that was once in the service of the Drukhari. Yeah, we killed it, so we must have brought it here and stuffed it. Odd. So are these some of the things we have captured in our journey? Hideous head of a steel devil destroyed by the rogue trader aboard the corrupted void ship. The mask of Aurora, the prophet of the archenemy who foretold the final dawn of Rykad Minoris. That's the world I was forgetting. Rykad and Rykad Minoris. A diffused explosive device created by inhuman hands and brought aboard the Von Valencia's ship by Xenos raiders. So that's what we just did. Hefty tome containing schematics of the flagships of House Von Valencias in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. I think the rest of that we've all looked at. So where did she go? I'm assuming she's still around here. Yes. Just wondering if anything else... Because a lot of these are things that Theodora captured. I'm wondering if any of the others are things I found. I don't think so. I think those are already there. Hi, Irliet. Taking careful steps, almost without a sound, Irliet examines the study's interior, raising her brows in surprise and muttering something to herself in the Eldari tongue. And it didn't translate it for us? Come on. Or you're in my chamber and uninvited at that. Irliet, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. I mean, kind of, but you are uninvited, and that's weird. Before I leap to conclusions, explain what you are doing here. Do the Eldari not teach their children that barging into others' rooms is inappropriate? Or draw a weapon? Are you spying on me, Xenos? Or are you plotting something even more sinister? I think saying it's a pleasant surprise to see her uninvited in my chamber is a bit more welcoming than it seems reasonable to be. But I also don't want to be insulting, so I think I'm just going to go with the more neutral response of, why are you in my chambers, uninvited? Irliet turns to you. Why are you asking me this, Alantok? Is this place forbidden? I mean, kind of. On my craft world, we are held to a simple custom. You may set your foot wherever your path requires. Sacred ground was the only exception to this rule. Is there something sacred in this room, Alantok? Irliet looks around the room. I do not think so. How did you manage to slip past the enforcers? You do understand how suspicious this looks, yes? For humans, trespassing is akin to an insult. I'm somewhat surprised, but I am not opposed to such visits. You may come here anytime you like. You truly did not come here with nefarious intent, and simply apologize for your intrusion. How did you manage to slip past the enforcers? You know I avoid your kin and their obsessive attention. It was fairly easy to direct a couple of monkey and slip past them, or to distract a couple of monkey and slip past them. Meeting your eyes, Iliad nods in understanding. I suppose this is not pleasant news to hear. It is not, no. You do understand how suspicious this looks, yes? Only in your eyes, Alantok, but knowing how fearful and mistrustful your species is, I suppose I should have foreseen such a reaction. Huh. Do we give her freedom to come here whenever she wants, which feels a little forward? Ask her to apologize for the intrusion, or just tell her that trespassing is an insult? I think explaining human behavior is probably reasonable. For humans, trespassing is akin to an insult. Did I ever think I would encounter this again after Krudarok? Iliad laughed sorrowfully. Stiff, meaningless rules and condemnation for overstepping lifeless boundaries. It weighed so heavily upon me back then. But is your entire world contained within this tiny metal cage, Elentok? Your ship, these chambers, they are but a speck of dust, an island, a temporary shelter in a world that is far bigger and more expansive than, well, enough of that. Now that you are here, I wish to speak with you about our agreement. Okay. I have traveled through the veil many times inside your steel-winged bird, and every time her voice torments me, trying to drive me mad. Iliad stares through you, unconsciously touching the spirit stone on her chest with a trembling hand. Her whispers fill my ears each time I enter the warp, inescapable and incessant, poisoning and inflaming every single emotion and thought, making them uncontrollable. I have learned to shut myself off as best I can, just so that I might have the chance to search for what I've lost. It's odd that the music just kind of stopped for a while. We found everyone we could, Alantok, and all of them were dead. Hopelessness and despair gleams in Iliad's eyes, and her voice breaks treacherously. But the thread of fate is broken, and I no longer know how to help my people. I failed to save anyone, and I failed to learn the truth about Krudarok's demise. I have lost my way, and I thought you were the only person on this entire ship who might understand. I was not wrong to think so, was I? For a moment, a sad smile flickers on Iliad's face, and her voice rings with agonizing doubt. No matter what you tried to keep your promise, even if your species loves to stamp out any life form they find undesirable. Do not give up, you will find what you're looking for. I stand by my actions. Your kin got nothing less than what they deserved. I tried to save them. Do not give up, you will find what you're looking for. What is this, Alantok? Consolation? What are you? Iliad's words are interrupted by strange sounds similar to a stifled sigh. Her gaze trained upon something past you. Turning around, you see what has caught her attention. An odd, unsightly shard of porous material, mounted on the wall like a trophy. An entire kaleidoscope of emotions plays across her face, changing too quickly to catch. She sighs once more. Then, her feelings are concealed behind an impenetrable, impersonal sigh. What is this, monkey? Iliad's voice sounds unusually cold. I think this was here from Theodora, so I don't actually know. We could do a Lord Xenos and fail it. Examine the trophy on the wall. I mean, we've got a 40% chance, but probably fail it. How deftly you change the subject. We already succeeded at the fellowship, which is nice. Something has changed. It is as though you have cut yourself off from me, Iliad. What is going on? I think you know something about this trophy. I inherited this trophy from my predecessor. Let's try examining the trophy on the wall and see what we can determine. No, we failed. A strange shard that's been here since at least the day of your ascension to the Rogue Trader's throne. Whatever it is, you cannot possibly guess at its provenance or purpose. Something has changed, as though you have cut yourself off from me, Iliad. What is going on? Iliad looks at you, her eyes devoid of every emotion, every shred of life and warmth that you previously beheld in them. You observe it, Elentak. How unusual. But there's no need to trouble your mind with conjecture. I've inflicted enough of my unbridled feelings upon you, but I am in control again. Enough. I've lingered here. No! I wanted to at least say that I don't know the shard. Because it came from my predecessor, but that's fine. Enough, I've lingered here too long. From now on, I will avoid entering places you'd prefer to keep hidden from me. Okay. That could have ended nicer than it did, but it's fine. I still want to get to Dargonus before we end the stream, so that so I don't forget that that's where I'm trying to get to. Which is here, yes? Yeah. 2 more jumps. Emergency aboard the void ship. A foul warp entity has pierced the thin veil of the Gellerfield and spawned unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. The Vox systems are picking up the crew members' screams and the warp fiend's loathsome giggling. The situation demands immediate intervention. Yeah, we did that before. We had to fight them all off. Do I want to deal with that? Not really. We're at the end of the stream. Let's just use a crate of holy gifts. Blessed by holy gifts, the God Emperor's loyal servants will battle his enemies without any fear or doubt. The crew will have to rely solely on their own strength and the Emperor's providence. No, we can use some holy gifts. Blessed relics instill the souls of the Voidsmen with such faith that there was no room for fear or doubt. It may have taken a staggering number of casualties to prevail over the enemy, but their sacrifices were not in vain. Alright, on to Dargonus. Demonic eyes had materialized and begun to slither across the walls of crew quarter 49. The burning orbs swelled like bubbles of fetid swamp gas, only in secluded places at first, later appearing in plain sight. Everyone subjected to their glare started experiencing headaches and spells of self-flagellation. After one of the officers peeled off a portion of his own skin to fashion a makeshift eyelid for one of the fiendish orbs, the section was quarantined, since neither fire nor other munitions could prevent more eyes from sprouting up on the ship. The vessel was cleansed only by escaping from the clutching embrace of the Sea of Souls. By the God Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. And we are now at Dargonus. So, yeah, not that button. Nothing is showing up here, so it must be a quest. Huh. Just return to Dargonus, but it doesn't specify what quest that's tied to. Anyway, next time we will go into Dargonus, see what's going on. It sounds like the Eldari told us to go up here to fight them, and then when we got there, they gave us a minor distraction while they came to Dargonus to destroy it. Which makes total sense. Send us in the wrong direction, and then go to our home world and try and destroy it. So we will head there, probably have a space battle, maybe an on-ground battle, to save Dargonus. But we'll see that next time. Thanks for being here, everyone, and I'll see you then. Bye.